Chapter 2408. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-red blade light collided with the starry sword light, causing a series of muffled sounds to ring out. Light scattered in all directions, and a violent gale wreaked havoc, sweeping through the entire palace. All of a sudden, the surrounding palaces and buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. The silver-armored captain, who was a LV-3 martial god realm expert, was sent flying by the sword light and crashed into the ruins. Even though he was only slightly injured, his body was covered in dust and he looked rather disheveled. He roared angrily and leaped up from the ruins, glaring at Ji Tianxing with eyes as red as fire. "Despicable human, you must be that bastard Ji Tianxing." The captain glared at Ji Tianxing as he shouted in a thunderous voice. It was obvious that he had already received news that Ji Tianxing was going around assassinating the Heaven Punisher soldiers. Ji Tianxing looked at him coldly and said mockingly, "I didn't expect that all of you would have learned the human language. How ambitious!" In the past half a month, the captains that Lu Yin had killed had all learned the human language. From this, it could be seen that the Heaven Punisher had a grand plan. They wanted to take over the entire Five Elements realm and enslave 10 billion humans. "So what if I am?" The captain sneered and said with a proud expression, "You think you can destroy my clan's plan to rule the Shenwu continent? You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." As he spoke, he gripped his bronze warblade with both hands and charged at Ji Tianxing without any regard for his own safety. He slashed out dozens of blood-red blade lights. The dark sky was immediately illuminated by the blood-red light, which was dazzling and eye-catching. Ji Tianxing stood in the midst of the blood-red light, but he was fearless. Golden light surged out of his body, and his body instantly swelled to 30 meters tall, turning into a golden armored giant. His battle prowess also soared by 6 times, surpassing the martial sage realm, and his aura was even more powerful than the captain's. Heavenly Dragon Slash. He roared and gripped the sword of burial of heaven with both hands, brazenly slashing out a 3,000-meter-long golden dragon shadow. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering boom, the golden dragon silhouette smashed through a dozen or so streaks of crimson light and struck the silver-armored captain. Pooh! The silver-armored captain's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he was sent flying backward. A crack appeared on the armor around his waist, revealing his flesh and bones. The divine artifact silver armor could not withstand the sharpness of the sword of burial of heaven. Just a little bit more and he would have been cut in half. Plop! The captain was sent flying backward for tens of miles, smashing into a collapsed palace. Heavily injured, blood kept flowing out of his mouth and nose, and he let out a painful groan. However, before he could get up, Ji Tianxing chased after him again. 10,000 swords become one. He held the sword of burial of heaven with both hands, raised it high, and slashed down fiercely. In an instant, nearly 10,000 sword shadows appeared in the sky. Swish, swish. Dense, starry sword light poured down from the sky like raindrops and gathered on the sword of burial of heaven. In the end, it turned into a giant starry sword that was thousands of feet long. This sword was formed by the condensation of tens of thousands of starry sword shadows. It gathered the endless power of the stars and contained terrifying power. The silver-armored captain's face was full of horror, and his eyes were full of despair. His fighting spirit and will to fight immediately crumbled and fell apart. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. However, half of the imperial capital was shrouded by Ji Tianxing's sword will of heaven. The area within 100 miles was sealed by an invisible pressure. The silver-armored captain wanted to teleport away, but he was like a frozen fly, unable to move. At the critical moment of life and death, he could only hold the bronze battle saber high above his head with both hands and block with all his strength. Boom! In the next moment, the giant starry sword slashed down with an earth-shattering boom. The blood-red saber light collapsed, and the bronze battle saber was broken into 4 pieces on the spot. The silver-armored captain's burly body was also split into 2 from head to toe by the giant sword. The 2 halves of his body could not withstand the destructive power of the sword light and exploded into powder on the spot. The silver-armored captain was dead. He was killed by Ji Tianxing with one strike. Ji Tianxing was only half a step away from the divine realm, but he only used 3 moves to kill a LV3 martial god realm expert. Such powerful combat strength shattered the consensus of the martial arts world. No one had expected such an unimaginable outcome. The giant starry sword that was thousands of feet long was weakened after killing the silver-armored captain. Bang! The giant sword hit the ground with a deafening boom. Suddenly, a 100-mile-long ravine appeared on the ground, dividing the imperial capital into 2 halves. The ravine was bottomless and as dark as ink. It was like a terrifying abyss. The area within a 1,000-mile radius shook, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The imperial capital was in complete chaos. Countless houses and buildings collapsed into ruins, raising smoke and dust that covered the sky and the sun. Hundreds of thousands of people screamed in horror and ran away in panic. After a long time, when the smoke and dust in the sky and the deafening boom dissipated, the imperial capital had been reduced to ruins. The power of one strike could destroy a majestic city. The Tao of Kenshin was so terrifying. Ji Tianxing slowly put away the burial of Heaven's sword and glanced at the abyss under his feet. He said expressionlessly, "It's a pity that there was only one captain. The battle ended as soon as I used my full strength. If there were more captains, the battle would have lasted longer and the situation would have been more dangerous. Then I would have been able to stimulate my potential. In this way, there would be hope for me to break through the shackles." He muttered a few words to himself, his tone somewhat regretful. At this moment, Yun Yao and Ji Ku also completed their tasks and came to his side. Swoosh! The 2 girls landed beside him and glanced at the abyss and ruins. They asked in unison, "Tianxing, brother, has it been settled?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said calmly, "The news will spread very quickly. I reckon that General Dragon Fu and Yu will come here tomorrow morning. We have to go." After saying that, he flew out of the city with Yun Yao and Ji Ku. After succeeding in one strike, they had to quickly escape. This was the only way to avoid being caught by General Dragon Fu. The 3 of them flew out of the imperial capital and cut through the night sky at lightning speed, flying towards the south. However, they had only flown a few hundred miles when a bright golden light lit up the night sky in front of them. The night sky that was thousands of feet above the ground was torn apart by that golden light, revealing a huge gap. Swoosh! A tall and burly figure in a golden robe stepped out of the gap and stood proudly high in the sky. It was a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe and a luxurious crown. He blocked Ji Tianxing's path and sized up everyone with a cold gaze. Ji Tianxing was no stranger to him. After taking a closer look at his appearance, he instantly frowned. Martial God Tianju? Yun Yao and Ji Ku's expressions also changed. They muttered in confusion, "Damn it, why is he here?" Chapter 2409. Without a doubt, the person who appeared was Martial God Tianju. He stood proudly in the night sky with his hands behind his back, looking down at Ji Tianxing and the other 2. Ji Tianxing, I've been looking for you for a month and I've finally found you. Martial God Tianju smirked and said mockingly, "This time, you don't have that bitch Luo Shui to protect you. I'd like to see how you're going to escape from me." In fact, this was the 3rd time he had tried to kill Ji Tianxing. If he failed again, it would be a great humiliation. However, Martial God Tianju believed that without Martial God Luo Shui's protection, Ji Tianxing would definitely die. Therefore, he was confident and had a card up his sleeve. Ji Tianxing looked at him expressionlessly as a playful smile appeared on his face. "Escape? Why should I escape?" Martial God Tianju was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. "Ha! It seems like you know your place and you know that you can't escape from me. If that's the case, there's no need to waste my breath. Take your own life. After all, you were once the strongest person in the continent, the deity king who controlled all the deities. I'll give you a dignified death and let you keep your corpse intact." Upon hearing this, Yun Yao and Ji Ku's faces turned cold. They held their swords and stared at Martial God Tianju with murderous intent. Ji Tianxing's smirk deepened as he looked at Martial God Tianju with disdain and said, Tianju, you're really confident and arrogant. However, you'll soon find out that you're the one who's going to escape. As he spoke, he slowly raised the sword of burial of heaven with his right hand and pointed it at martial god Tianju. An overbearing aura burst out from his body. Martial god Tianju laughed disdainfully and said, "Ha! Kenshin, oh Kenshin, I didn't expect you to be an exception. With two beauties by your side, you dare to spout such nonsense for the sake of face and dignity. What a joke! Since you don't know what's good for you, then this god will personally send you on your way." Then, martial god Tianju waved his sleeves and shot out gold and silver light pillars from his palms. They poured down like a flood. All of a sudden, everything within 1,000 miles was illuminated by golden and silver starlight. The gold and silver light pillars released a destructive pressure that enveloped Ji Tianxing and the other two. Yun Yao and Ji Ku acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They quickly unleashed their trump cards and launched a counterattack. Milky Way ribbon. Yun Yao waved her shadowless dual swords and slashed out a huge crescent-shaped sword light towards the golden light pillar. Sacred fire soaring the heavens. Ji Ku also let out a roar and slashed out two huge flaming swords. The two of them knew how terrifying martial god Tianju's power was. They used all of their power without holding anything back. However, their power was far from martial god Tianju's. Peng peng peng. Amidst the deafening noise, the Milky Way ribbon and the huge flaming swords struck the gold and silver light pillars and collapsed on the spot. Billions of silver and golden red fragments scattered in the night sky. It was extremely dazzling. The power of the gold and silver light pillars did not diminish. They were like two divine dragons that blasted towards Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing did not dare to be careless. He immediately unleashed the celestial dragon tyrant body and turned into a 30-meter-tall golden armored giant. The surface of his body was covered with dense golden dragon scales. His shoulders and knees even protruded with sharp dragon spikes. This was the perfect form of the celestial dragon tyrant body. Ji Tianxing had obviously pushed his power to the extreme. 10,000 swords returned to one. He shouted angrily. He held the sword of burial of heaven with both hands and slashed at the gold and silver light pillars. Suddenly, the sky lit up with tens of thousands of cold lights and dense starlight sword light descended. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword light gathered on the sword of burial of heaven and formed a huge starlight sword that was 1,000 feet long. Kaboom! The huge starlight sword struck the gold and silver light pillars. An earth-shattering noise erupted and spread for thousands of miles. The thunderous sound waves made the earth within a radius of thousands of miles tremble. Within hundreds of miles, several mountain peaks cracked and collapsed with countless gravel. The huge starlight sword and the gold and silver light pillars collapsed at the same time. Billions of light fragments rained down like a torrential rain, covering the sky and the sun. The violent and devastating shock waves swept across thousands of miles. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku were all sent flying by the shock waves. Blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. A huge crater of 200 miles was blasted out of the ground. The nearby mountains were also razed to the ground. Such power was enough to destroy the world. Plop, plop, plop. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku were sent flying dozens of miles away. They smashed into the ruins one after another, splashing a large cloud of dust. The two sides had only exchanged one blow and the three of them were already injured. Ji Tianxing raised his sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His figure flashed and charged into the sky, facing martial god Tianju even more valiantly. God-slaying sword. He swung the burial of heaven sword with all his might and slashed out a dazzling golden giant sword toward martial god Tianju. Yun Yao also flew into the sky. She held the shadowless sword tightly with both hands and stabbed out with all her might, aiming for martial god Tianju's vital points. Ji Ku stood in the night sky. He waved his hand and formed a mysterious seal. A mountain-sized fire-bird phantom appeared in the night sky. Burning wrath of heaven. She shouted and slowly pushed her hands forward. Immediately, The majestic firebird phantom pounced at martial god Tianju from the sky with a divine flame that could burn the world. The three of them spread out and surrounded martial god Tianju, attacking him with all their might. Martial god Tianju was fighting 1 against 3, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, his fighting spirit was high. The divine power in his body surged, causing his golden robe and long hair to flutter in the wind. He looked extremely domineering and confident. Even if you were once a divine king who dominated the galaxy, you are now just a puny martial saint. What can you do if I kill you tonight? Are you angry? Are you desperate? That's right. I will trample you under my feet and step on your corpse to reach the peak of martial arts. As he spoke, martial god Tianju formed a seal with both hands and formed a mysterious seal. Swish, swish, swish. Gold and silver divine power surged out of his palms and formed a huge vortex in the night sky in front of him. This was the shifting stars technique. Boom, boom, boom. The god-slaying sword, more than 30 shadowless swords, and the mountain-sized firebird phantom were all blocked by the gold and silver vortex. A loud explosion shook the heavens. The sword lights shattered and the firebird phantom collapsed. The gold and silver vortex trembled and changed shape but did not shatter. In the blink of an eye, the colorful light fragments were swallowed up by the vortex. Ji Tianxing and the other two's attacks were all neutralized by martial god Tianju. He laughed confidently and said, "Ha! Is this all you have? You are so weak. Let me show you my stellar transposition technique." As he spoke, he formed a seal to activate the gold and silver vortex. It released 3 golden red pillars of fire toward Ji Tianxing and the other 2. Chapter 24:10. 7 months ago, Ji Tianxing had seen martial god Tianju's star shift technique. Now, martial god Tianju's power had become more profound, and his secret technique had become more exquisite. Seeing the 3 fire pillars coming down, the 3 of them looked serious, and their eyes were filled with fear. Such a destructive attack could only be dodged and neutralized. They could not take it head-on. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing used the armillary heaven secret technique without hesitation and merged with heaven and earth within 2,000 miles. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from sight. Yun Yao was protected by the divine armor, so her life was not in danger. She waved the shadowless dual swords to block. As for Ji Ku, she hurriedly took out the heavenly star chain. She used the power of the heavenly star chain to form a starlight shield to protect herself. Bam, bam, bam. In the next moment, 3 fire pillars came down with earth-shattering sounds. 2 fire pillars hit Yun Yao and Ji Ku, while the other fire pillar hit the ground. Yun Yao was blasted away. Her entire body was wrapped in flames as she smashed into the ground. Fortunately, the divine armor blocked the power of the fire pillars. She was only lightly injured. Ji Ku's starlight shield was shattered. She was sent flying and landed 30 miles away. However, the heavenly star chain blocked the power of the fire pillars. She was not injured. As for Ji Tianxing, a deep pit of a few hundred miles was blasted out of the ground. The ground was filled with cracks. Dozens of mountain peaks had collapsed, and large tracts of forests and mountain ranges had been reduced to ruins. Ji Tianxing had merged with the heaven and earth. Now that the heaven and earth had been destroyed to such an extent, he was naturally injured. However, he endured his injuries and took advantage of martial god Tianju's laughter to silently appear behind him. He used all his strength to activate the god-slaying flying knife and hit martial god Tianju. He aimed at the back of martial god Tianju's head. Swish! The golden light flashed and disappeared in the night sky. Martial god Tianju sensed the danger and the murderous intent. His laughter stopped abruptly. He didn't have time to turn around. He instantly lowered his head and bent his waist, forming a golden divine power shield. But what he did not expect was that the god-slaying flying dagger was controlled by Ji Tianxing's consciousness and actually changed direction midway. Boom! With a muffled explosion, the god-slaying flying dagger pierced through martial god Tianju's protective divine power and stabbed into his back. No matter how tough his divine body was, he couldn't block the god-slaying flying dagger's attack. Pooh! The god-slaying flying knife instantly pierced through his divine body and flew out from his abdomen, leaving behind a bloody hole the size of a fist. Golden divine blood immediately spurted out and scattered across the night sky. Incomparable pain entered martial god Tianju's mind, causing his body to stiffen. He could not help but cry out in agony. Ah! He immediately bent down and reached out to cover the bloody hole in his abdomen. His face twisted as he cursed. Ji Kenshin! You despicable beast! You're a Kenshin! How dare you use hidden weapons? How despicable! His voice was as deep as thunder and his tone was filled with hatred. He was so angry that he almost went berserk. 20 miles away, Ji Tianxing stood in the night sky covered in blood. He looked at martial god Tianju coldly and said with a cold smile, I'm Ji Tianxing, not a Kenshin. So, to kill you I'll do anything. Martial god Tianju became even more furious. He pointed at him and roared hysterically, Shameless bastard! I'll tear you into pieces. Hee hee. Ji Tianxing sneered disdainfully, not to mention tonight, even if it's your next life, you won't have the chance. Then, he held the burial of heaven sword and attacked martial god Tianju again. Yun Yao and Ji Ku also made a comeback. They swung their swords and performed their secret techniques. The three of them surrounded martial god Tianju and attacked him with all their might. Martial god Tianju was severely injured and his aura weakened. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent and could only defend himself. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. Their figures flickered continuously. Unknowingly, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows and the battlefield had shifted to the south. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku were sent flying again by martial god Tianju. Their injuries worsened. However, Ji Tianxing also took the chance to attack with the god-slaying spear and stabbed martial god Tianju's left leg. With a muffled sound, the god-slaying spear pierced through his thigh and golden blood spurted out. Martial god Tianju was sent flying for dozens of miles. His body was bent and he roared in anger. His body was covered in blood. He swung his sword crazily and performed his secret techniques. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku were forced to retreat. Boom boom boom. The loud noise spread out and reached thousands of miles away. The dazzling radiance of Dharma power and divine power could be seen clearly from hundreds of thousands of miles away. The two of them fought desperately and wanted to kill each other. However, the four of them had exchanged more than 300 blows and there was still no winner. Both of them were injured. Of course, martial god Tianju was still slightly better. In the battle, he held the initiative and had the upper hand. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku did not dare to fight him head-on. After the two of them exchanged 400 blows, martial god Tianju was stabbed by the god-slaying flying dagger again. There was a bloody hole in his right shoulder. However, these injuries were more humiliating than painful for him. They did not affect him from continuing to fight. Yun Yao and Ji Ku had divine weapons to protect them. Their injuries were not too serious. However, they had used up too much of their Dharma power. They could not continue and it was difficult to hurt martial god Tianju. Ji Tianxing's injuries were the most serious. Not only did he have dozens of wounds on his body, but his internal organs were also shattered. Golden divine blood soaked his white robe. His hair was disheveled and he was sweating profusely. His face was also covered in blood. He had also used up more than half of his Dharma power. His aura had become violent and chaotic. If he continued to exchange a few hundred blows, even if he did not die, his body would be destroyed by martial god Tianju. However, he did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was a hint of passion and anticipation in his eyes. That was because in this battle where there was a great disparity in strength, he had used all his strength and constantly stimulated his potential. He had narrowly escaped death again and again. This caused his mind and Dharma power to be tense and pushed to the limit. He could clearly sense that the shackles of the martial god realm were loosening. The hope of breaking through to the divine realm was getting greater and greater. As expected, only a battle of life and death, The tempering of brushing shoulders with the god of death can stimulate unlimited potential. If I endure a few hundred more blows, I might be able to break through the shackles and reach the martial god realm on the spot. At that time, I can turn defeat into victory and kill Tianju. Ji Tianxing pursed his dry lips. These thoughts flashed through his mind. His eyes became even more determined. Sword of Burial of Heaven! He shouted in a low voice. He held the Sword of Burial of Heaven with both hands. He activated his Dharma power without caring about anything else and used his trump card. Instantly, the Sword of Burial of Heaven exploded with its strongest power. It released a pitch-black sword light that was thousands of feet long and slashed towards martial god Tianju's head. Chapter 24:11. This was the last move of the Burial of Heaven's 9 swords. It was also the most unfathomable and powerful sword move. As the sword radiance descended from the sky, the night sky collapsed and the spiritual chi in the area evaporated. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was destroyed. No matter how powerful martial god Tianju was, when he saw the huge black sword slashing down and sensed the terrifying nirvana aura, he was shocked. He could not believe that Ji Tianxing, who was only a martial sage, could unleash such power. As expected of Kenshin. At that moment, this was the only thought in his mind. Without hesitation, he waved his palms and shot out a gold and silver radiance that formed a huge vortex. Apparently, he wanted to make use of the stellar teleportation skill to neutralize Ji Tianxing's trump card. However, the outcome was beyond his expectations. Crack! The moment the gold and silver vortex was formed, it collapsed. After all, everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was destroyed. The area turned into a cold void and a raging void windstorm immediately engulfed martial god Tianju. His expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly activated his protective divine power to resist the windstorm's attack. At the same time, the huge black sword slashed down and hit him. Kaboom! In the deafening explosion, martial god Tianju was engulfed by the black sword radiance. The golden protective light shield shattered into countless pieces on the spot. His sturdy divine body was also covered in cracks, and golden divine blood spurted out from his body. His left shoulder was cut off by the huge sword and his entire left arm flew out and exploded into golden powder in the void. The wound on his shoulder extended down to his chest and to his abdomen. He was like a broken porcelain bowl that would shatter at the slightest touch. Martial god Tianju floated in the void and his body trembled violently. He was furious and terrified. He stared at Ji Tianxing with bloodshot eyes and roared in a hoarse voice, "How is this possible?" No matter what, he could not accept this outcome. He was a rank 6 martial god and he had been severely injured by a martial sage and had lost an arm? There was nothing more ridiculous than this in the world. Only a divine artifact can hurt me. Martial god Tianju broke free from the spatial storm and stepped out of the dark void, returning to heaven and earth. He stared unblinkingly at the Sword of Burial of Heaven and growled with a twisted face, "Your sword, the Sword of Burial of Heaven, has already returned to being a divine artifact?" This was the only answer that could explain why he was injured. Ji Tianxing stood in the night sky 100 miles away and looked at him coldly. He nodded and said, "That's right. So, you're going to die soon." "In your dreams." Martial god Tianju roared crazily, "I am immortal." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body ignited with golden flames that soared into the sky as he charged towards Ji Tianxing. "Ji Tianxing, you're the one who should die." The golden divine flame tore through the sky like a meteor and fiercely blasted toward Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, was fearless. His hands formed a profound spell and he took out the god-slaying flying dagger. Swoosh! Under his control, the 3-inch-long god-slaying flying dagger expanded to 1,000 feet long. Like a giant blade that could split the heavens and earth, it slashed toward the golden divine flame with an aura that could destroy everything. Ji Tianxing knew very well that martial god Tianju was so angry that he was on the verge of madness. He couldn't resist such a powerful charge at all, even if he used the Heaven Burier sword. Only the god-slaying flying dagger, a mediocre divine artifact, was qualified to fight against it. Kaboom! In the earth-shattering explosion, the god-slaying flying dagger and the golden divine flame collided, causing golden light and sparks to cover the sky. At that moment, it was as if the golden sun was hanging high in the sky, illuminating thousands of miles. The entire area was covered by the golden light. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. The destructive shockwave spread out in all directions, covering a radius of 3,000 miles. All the mountains, forests, and grasslands in the area were blasted into ruins. The earth trembled incessantly, and the sky was obscured by endless smoke and dust. Naturally, the outcome of the battle between Ji Tianxing and martial god Tianjue was decided. Martial god Tianju, who was already severely injured, was almost cut in half by the god-slaying flying dagger. Half of his face was gone, and his body was covered in wounds from which golden divine blood kept pouring out. His internal organs were all ruptured, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth and nose. Martial god Tianju's body was bent, and he panted in pain. His divine power was also rapidly weakening. He finally calmed down and suppressed the anger in his heart. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit a fact. His injuries were too severe. If he continued to fight, he would be killed by Ji Tianxing before he could kill Ji Tianxing. Even if he could survive, his divine body would be destroyed. If his divine body was destroyed, his strength would definitely plummet, and he would need to rest for at least 1,000 years to recover. He could not afford to pay such a heavy price. Therefore, martial god Tianju endured the humiliation and decisively chose to escape. He used a spatial secret technique and tore open the golden sky. He escaped into an alternate space and teleported away. Moreover, this result was too humiliating. He did not even have the thought of leaving a few harsh words. In the blink of an eye, martial god Tianju disappeared from this world. At the same time, Ji Tianxing put away the god-slaying flying dagger, covered his chest with his hand, bent over and coughed violently. Cough, cough. As he panted and coughed, golden divine blood poured out of the corner of his mouth and sprinkled on his white robe. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in dust and blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. His strength had also weakened, and his magic power was empty. Even though he saw martial god Tianju escape with his own eyes, he could not stop or chase after him. Moreover, he did not have time to heal himself. He quickly turned around and flew into the distance. The destructive shockwave just now sent Ji Ku and Yun Yao flying. Ji Ku was 100 miles to the south, lying in a deep pit covered in blood. Half of her body was covered in mud. If not for the protection of the heavenly star chain, her body would have been shattered. Ji Tianxing rescued her from the deep pit. After confirming that her life was not in danger, he gave her 2 healing pills and flew toward Yun Yao. Yun Yao was 100 miles to the west. She was crawling out of a gully. Although her hair was disheveled, her face was covered in blood, and her body was covered in mud, she looked very miserable. However, she had the protection of the divine armor. Her injuries were not too serious, and she could still fight. Ji Tianxing flew to her side and looked at her with concern. He asked about her injuries. Yao Yao, how are you? Can you still hold on? You didn't hurt the children, did you? Yun Yao quickly shook her head and comforted him. Don't worry, the children and I are fine. However, your injuries are the most serious. Don't waste time. Hurry up and heal. Ji Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Okay. Let's leave this place as soon as possible and find a place to heal. As soon as his voice fell, a shocking blood-red light suddenly lit up in the night sky 100 miles away. A sinister, cold laugh was heard. Chapter 24:12. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ke had just gathered together and were about to leave. When they suddenly heard this sinister sneer, the 3 of them trembled as they revealed vigilant expressions. The 3 of them held their swords tightly and turned to look at the night sky 100 miles away. They saw a figure as huge as a mountain step out of the dazzling dark red light. It was a giant beast that looked like a bull demon. It was 3,000 feet tall and stood tall. It had 3 huge heads, 4 thick arms, and 6 pairs of blade-like black wings on its back. It was surrounded by a monstrous black aura with a bone-chilling aura of death. The moment it appeared, all the light within a radius of 10,000 miles was swallowed and the entire area was sealed in ice. Ji Tianxing's eyes narrowed when he saw the giant demon's figure. His eyes were filled with shock. This is the ancestor fiend celestial? It has recovered to the godly realm? Yun Yao and Ji Ku froze. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. They did not expect the ancestor fiend celestial to appear right after martial god Tianju escaped. Moreover, the ancestor fiend celestial had truly recovered to the martial god realm. Damn it! It's a fiend celestial from the ancient times. It's the grim reaper that had killed countless godly spirits. Although it has just recovered to the godly realm, its strength and techniques are even more terrifying than martial god Tianju's. Yun Yao and Ji Ku looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. They both had the intention to retreat. The two of them looked at Ji Tianxing and advised him through voice transmission. Tianxing, the ancestor fiend celestial clearly came prepared. We're already heavily injured. It's not good to fight it. Brother Tianxing, I know you must kill the ancestor fiend celestial. But you're already heavily injured. Let's avoid it and escape from this place first. Ji Tianxing stared coldly at the ancestor fiend celestial. He muttered in a low voice, "Of course I know that. But, can we escape?" Yun Yao and Ji Ku frowned, and their hearts sank. At this moment, the ancestral devil god stepped through the air, bringing with him black gas and devil fire that covered the sky as he laughed loudly. Ji Tianxing, I didn't expect you to have reached the half-step divine realm. The speed at which you recover your strength is truly unimaginable. However, this god is still one step ahead of you and recovered to the deity realm before you. Therefore, you are destined to die with hatred and become a stepping stone for this god to return to the peak. Ji Tianxing didn't answer it. He asked in a cold tone, Martial god Tianju just left and you appeared right after. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? If I'm not wrong, you two have been colluding for a long time, right? Ancestral devil god was stunned for a moment before he grinned. Ji Tianxing, you are already a dead man, so why are you still asking? This god is the ancestor of the demon race and martial god Tianju is the god of the human race. How can we be related? Furthermore, this god can't wait to kill him, so how can we be in collusion? Ji Tianxing revealed a mocking smile and said in a disdainful tone, Don't deny it. Back in the Tianxian continent, the demon emperor used the Taiyin soul-severing ruler to fight with me. After I killed him, the Taiyin soul-severing ruler flew away. 2 years ago, martial god Tianju's subordinate Yi Lushui used the Taiyin soul-severing ruler to assassinate me. This is the evidence of your collusion. The ancestral devil god frowned immediately, and the scarlet flames in his eyes flickered. He stared coldly at Ji Tianxing and suddenly sneered, his voice getting louder and louder. As expected of Kenshin, you actually guessed the truth from these little clues. Since his lie was exposed, the ancestral devil god didn't hide it anymore and admitted it. He nodded and sneered, That's right. Many years ago, martial god Tianju was searching for information all over the world, looking for clues to ascend. Later, he found out about the ancient war of gods and the legends of this god. Therefore, he assisted the ancient demon emperor to nurture this god's remnant soul and helped me to be reborn. In exchange, this god promised him that after I recovered to the godly state, I would help him leave this world. The ancestral devil god only used a few words to explain the contents of his deal with martial god Tianju. However, in reality, the cooperation and deal between the two sides took a very long time, and there were many twists and turns in the process. Ji Tianxing naturally understood that things were not as simple as what the ancestral devil god said. However, at this juncture, he was not in the mood to get to the bottom of it. Martial god Tianju, this despicable beast. As the leader of the human race, he actually colluded with the ancient demon emperor for his own selfish interests. He really doesn't deserve to be called a human. Ji Tianxing cursed angrily. The ancestral devil god sneered disdainfully. So what if you betrayed the human race and cooperated with this god? You have the secret of ascension and can leave this sealed world. How can you understand the despair of the other martial gods? Those martial gods finally crossed the peak of the martial way and reached the legendary godly state with great difficulty. They thought that they could live forever, but who knew that they could not escape the 10,000-year limit and would never have the hope of ascension? Do you know what kind of helplessness and torment that was? Ji Tianxing sneered and did not comment. The ancestral devil god continued. Which of the martial gods of the past did not try to find a way to ascend? In order to ascend, martial god Tianju did not hesitate to help this god revive. In order to unlock the world seal, Luo Shui did not hesitate to spend a few hundred years to search for Yaoguang's inheritance. At this point, its gaze was as sharp as a sword as it looked at Yun Yao. It grinned and said, "Yun Yao, do you think that Luo Shui wholeheartedly nurtured you because she is kind and benevolent? What a joke! Which god did not rise by stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood? How can there be a kind person? Luo Shui used you as a cauldron to revive Yaoguang and then take over your body. Her final goal was to turn herself into Yaoguang." Suddenly hearing this, Yun Yao's body shook. She subconsciously shook her head and instinctively retorted, "Nonsense. The Divine Master is noble and virtuous. How can she be slandered by a despicable devil like you? No matter what you say, I will not believe a single word you say. You don't have to sow discord anymore. This is really a clumsy move." The ancestral devil god immediately raised his head and laughed. "Ha! Looks like Luo Shui's disguise is very deep and has deceived everyone in the world. She has gained your trust. It's a pity that her plan is going to fail. You, Yaoguang's substitute, will be turned into ashes tonight. In my previous life, in order to suppress this god, Yaoguang's soul was scattered. In this life, this god will definitely not give her a chance to revive. I will kill her now." When he finished speaking, the ancestral devil god raised his 4 huge devil claws and unleashed a bloodlight that covered the sky and earth, smashing down on Yun Yao's head. The overflowing blood light covered 1,000 miles of the sky and sealed off the area. Chapter 24:13. At the critical moment, Yun Yao and Ji Ku unleashed their full strength, brandishing their swords to create a sky full of sword gleams. Bam, bam, bam. However, the blood sea formed by the blood light still enveloped the 3 of them. Bush, bush, bush. Huge waves rolled in the blood sea, creating a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The 3 of them were sent flying. Ji Tianxing raised his palms with a solemn expression. He formed a mysterious seal in front of him and used the demon suppression mystic art. 3 pure mystic chi, wind and thunder to suppress the demons. He roared furiously. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his body expanded to a height of 30 meters. His back emitted a dazzling golden light. At this moment he was tall and mighty. His aura was sacred and domineering, as if a deity had descended. Boom! Crack! In the next moment he pushed his palms forward, releasing golden divine flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, as well as dazzling 5-colored lightning. Boom! 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 The golden divine flames poured into the blood sea like floodwaters, evaporating countless skeletons and demon shadows. Dense raindrops of 5-colored divine lightning fell on the blood sea one after another, blasting hundreds of holes in the blood sea. With Ji Tianxing as the center, the blood sea within a 100-mile radius was riddled with holes. Yun Yao and Ji Ku felt the pressure disappear. They quickly retreated to his side and joined forces with him to fight the enemy. After all, Ji Tianxing had more experience in dealing with the demon race. However, the ancestor fiend celestial waved his hand and shot out endless blood light, repairing the broken blood sea immediately. Swish, swish, swish. The blood sea rose into the sky and immediately formed a 1,000-mile cage, sealing the 3 of them. The ancestor fiend celestial stood high in the sky and looked down at the 3 of them. He sneered with a hideous expression. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, if this is all you have, it's time to end this. I'll end you now and take away Yaoguang's inheritance and Kenshin's bloodline. Ha, this is the result of going against this god. To the ancestral fiend celestial, the person it hated the most was actually goddess Yaoguang. In ancient times, it led 3,000 blood gods and billions of demon race citizens to slaughter the entire five elements world. The deities of various races were slaughtered by it, and countless of them died. The entire five elements world would fall under its demonic claws, and the living beings of all races would become the slaves of the devil race. Not only that, but the ancestral fiend celestial also wanted to conquer the outer realm and rule over the myriad worlds. The boundless and bright journey was right in front of him. However, goddess Yaoguang appeared and led the gods in a counterattack. In the end, in order to kill it, goddess Yaoguang did not hesitate to detonate her godhead and sacrifice her life. That was how the ancestral demon god was killed and the terrifying calamity was quelled. However, if goddess Yaoguang were to know of this in the underworld, she would definitely die with everlasting regret. Who would have thought that the ancestral devil god had not truly disappeared? 30,000 years later, it actually made a comeback. This time, it would definitely not fail. It would definitely kill all those who stood in its way. Therefore, not only did it want to kill Ji Tianxing, it also wanted to get rid of Yun Yao. As for Ji Ku, it would just kill him along the way. It was not worth mentioning. Calamity of blood prison. Soul burning and blood refining. The ancestral fiend celestial waved its four palms and struck out an ancient demonic Dao seal, releasing a divine ability. Immediately, the bloody light cage within a radius of 500 kilometers began to shrink. It exploded with a power that could suppress everything, ruthlessly suppressing Ji Tianxing and company. Not only that, but the bloody light also ignited with flames, burning their souls and refining their bloodlines. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku immediately felt piercing pain all over their bodies, as if they were being dismembered. Ji Ku and Ji Tianxing's bodies were instantly covered in blood, and they let out painful groans. Yun Yao's golden divine armor also flashed with golden light and rippled with powerful divine power. Fortunately, the divine armor's defense was strong enough and could temporarily block the ancestral fiend celestial's divine ability. However, it was unknown how long the divine armor could block it. In this desperate situation, Ji Tianxing did not hesitate to use his trump card, activating the power of the heaven-mending pearl in his mind. Fire of light, destroy all evil. He formed hand seals with both hands, gritting his teeth as he shouted angrily. Sacred white light exploded from his body. Swoosh! The dense, sacred brilliance soared into the sky like a pillar of fire, dispersing the bloody flames within a radius of 50 kilometers. The suppression of the blood prison, the burning pain of the bloody flames, and the burning pain of the bloody flames also instantly dissipated. With the protection of the heaven-mending pearl, the pressure on the three of them was greatly reduced, and the pain was also greatly reduced. The ancestral fiend celestial immediately frowned and looked at Ji Tianxing with a gloomy gaze. He muttered softly, "What pure divine power of the origin! It can actually dispel my supreme demonic power? That's not right. He has not recovered to the godly realm, so how can he release divine power? He must have used a divine artifact." The ancestral fiend celestial tried a few times, activating the blood prison with all his might to suppress and refine Ji Tianxing and the others. However, the sacred white light within a radius of 50 kilometers formed a huge shield that was indestructible. When the endless bloody flames came into contact with the white light, they melted like snow. For a moment, the blood prison was actually unable to do anything to Ji Tianxing and the others. As expected, you have some skills. Looks like that divine artifact's grade is not low. However, do you think you can stop me just like that? The ancestral fiend celestial laughed sinisterly as he descended from the sky and attacked. World exterminating demonic blade. Black Sun Calamity. He waved his four huge demonic claws and shot out dozens of pitch-black demonic blades that were hundreds of meters long, attacking Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku. At the same time, he flapped his 6 pairs of blade-like black wings, creating 12 black hurricanes that attacked the 3 of them. Those pitch-black hurricanes were the black sun calamity of the 3 disasters and 9 disasters. Its power was extremely terrifying. Ji Tianxing was busy controlling the heaven-mending orb to block the blood prison's attack. Seeing the ancestral fiend celestial coming for him, he could only try his best to activate the heaven-mending orb's power to strengthen the white light shield. Bam, bam, bam. Although the sacred white light could restrain demonic abilities and power, shattering the bam, 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 Ji Tianxing was shaken. His face was as pale as paper as blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. Then 12 black sun hurricanes came crashing down, bombarding the white light shield. Bam, bam, bam. The black sun hurricanes attacked more than 100 times before they were dispersed by the sacred white light and disappeared on the spot. However, the white light shield became even thinner. It was already riddled with holes and was on the verge of shattering. Ji Tianxing's aura became even weaker. The heaven-mending orb's power was also rapidly weakening. He was very clear that he could only hold on for another 15 minutes before the heaven-mending orb's power was exhausted. When that time came, he would not be able to block the blood prison's power and might be killed on the spot. With that thought, Ji Tianxing's expression became even more serious. He prayed in his heart, "There is great terror in life and death, but there is also great opportunity." Chapter 24:14. Ji Tianxing's injuries were severe, and he was very weak. However, he did not think of running away. He gritted his teeth and continued to fight the ancestor fiend celestial, neutralizing all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques. He only wanted to get closer to death in the battle, so as to stimulate his potential and break through the shackles of the martial god realm. As time passed, the white light barrier became thinner and thinner. The heaven-mending pearl's power was also depleting, and it was gradually running out. However, Ji Tianxing still showed no signs of breaking through. The ancestor fiend celestial could also see that his power was weakening, and he was about to run out. Therefore, it was not anxious at all. It continued to use the blood prison's power to suppress Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Cuckoo. At the same time, it continued to release the power of disaster, bombarding the white light barrier. Source of deadly poison. Umber plague. Great sun fire. The power of disaster of different colors turned into a flood, an overwhelming light blade, and a torrent of fire, bombarding the white light barrier. Bam, 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 bam. Following the deafening explosion, the white light barrier trembled violently, and dense cracks appeared on it. Ji Tianxing's body also shook violently, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked even more haggard. Soon, 100 breaths' time passed. The ancestor fiend celestial struck out with 4 giant bloody palms, which descended from the sky and struck the white light barrier. Boom! Crack! Amidst the deafening explosion, the white light barrier collapsed on the spot, exploding into billions of blazing white fragments. An incomparably violent shockwave spread out in all directions, covering a radius of several thousand miles. Ji Tianxing was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his orifices as he fell 100 miles away, swallowed by the bloody waves. Ji Ku and Yun Yao were also sent flying, falling into the blood sea in a sorry state, falling into a muddle-headed state. Both of them were severely injured, and their minds were corroded by the demonic aura. Their vision was blurry. However, both of them relied on their strong willpower to charge out of the blood sea and work together to rescue Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing's injuries were the most severe. He was lying unconscious in the sea of blood, and golden divine blood was gushing out from his body. The ancestral demon god stood at the peak of the blood prison, looking down at the 3 people floating in the blood sea, and laughed complacently. "Ha, Kenshin Yaoguang, what do you have to fight this god? Now that all of you are at the end of the road and your lives are in my hands, what are your thoughts? You all claim to be the saviors of the world and are willing to be enemies with this god for the peace of the world. Now, I'm going to tear you into pieces, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. Can the people of the world save you?" The ancestor archfiend celestial's voice was as loud as a bell, his tone filled with contempt and disdain. The three people in the blood sea ignored its words. Shua. Yun Yao and Ji Ku flew to Ji Tianxing's side and wanted to help him up. However, Yun Yao suddenly realized that Ji Tianxing, who seemed to be unconscious, was enveloped in a layer of dense golden light. His body was moving, and the blood in his body was boiling, brewing an unparalleled divine aura. Seeing this change, Yun Yao was stunned for a moment, and then she revealed a look of surprise. Tianxing, you broke through at the last minute? You're about to break through to the godly realm? Ji Ku also came to a realization and revealed an expression of disbelief. She said excitedly, "That's great. Big Brother Tianxing has obtained a fortuitous encounter between life and death, and is about to break through to the godly realm. Once he recovers to the godly realm, he will definitely be able to defeat the ancestor Archfiend Celestial." She had absolute and blind confidence in Ji Tianxing. No matter how strong the opponent was, she believed that Ji Tianxing would never be defeated. At this moment, the ancestor Archfiend Celestial also noticed that Ji Tianxing was acting strangely. He immediately frowned and shouted with a gloomy expression, "You want to break through at the last minute in front of this god? Wishful thinking." Just as he finished speaking, he waved his palm, creating a sky full of bloody light, which transformed into 4 sky-splitting giant blades, slashing towards Ji Tianxing. Yun Yao and Ji Ku saw that Ji Tianxing was still in the midst of his transformation, so they stepped forward and used their arts to block the attacks without any regard for their own safety. At this moment, the two of them had forgotten that they were severely injured, and they also disregarded their own lives. Crack, crack. Amidst the loud sound, the sword beams that the two of them had unleashed were shattered into pieces by the bloody blades. In the next moment, the bloody blades were about to hit the two of them, and they would either die or be severely injured. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! Golden divine flames ignited all over his body, and he transformed into a giant golden sword. He soared into the sky from the sea of blood, and met the 4 bloody blades head-on. Bam! 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 The giant golden sword and the bloody blades clashed, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens, and countless bloody shards splashed out. The blood prison, which had a radius of 1,000 miles, was also destroyed by the shockwave, creating a huge crater that was 300 miles wide. The ancestor Fiend Celestial was hit by the backlash, and his body shook, and his expression became extremely painful. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ji Tianxing grabbed Yun Yao and Ji Ku and escaped from the blood prison. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, Ji Tianxing teleported 500 miles away and brought the two of them back to the night sky. Yun Yao and Ji Ku had escaped death, and they both looked relieved. The two of them did not bother to check their own injuries, and they both turned to look at Ji Tianxing, sizing him up with burning eyes. They saw him standing proudly in the night sky, his clothes and hair fluttering in the wind. Originally, he was severely injured, and he looked miserable. But now, he was full of fighting spirit, and there was not a single wound on his body, and his body was surrounded by a dense golden light. His body seemed to have become taller and stronger, and his aura was even more sacred and majestic, as if he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. Especially his pitch-black eyes, which were as deep as the void, containing endless vicissitudes and mysteries. Yun Yao and Ji Ku were excited and quickly asked about his situation. Tianxing, you broke through to the immortal state so quickly? That's impossible, right? Why aren't there any heaven and earth anomalies? If you didn't break through to the immortal state, how could your injuries have healed and your strength have returned to its peak? Facing their questions, Ji Tianxing shook his head and explained, my foundation is still not enough, and I still can't break through to the immortal state. If I really reach the immortal state, there will definitely be heaven and earth anomalies. Yun Yao and Ji Ku were both stunned for a moment, revealing a look of deep doubt. You didn't break through to the immortal state? Then why do you look like a different person? Ji Tianxing explained again, my shackles have loosened, but I can't really break through. So, I can only use a secret technique to temporarily reach the immortal state and deal with the ancestor fiend celestial. My state is called the false god state, and it can only last for a short period of time. Yun Yao and Ji Ke frowned at the same time, and a look of disappointment flashed in their eyes. I see. Big brother Tianxing, how long can the false god state last? Can you defeat the ancestor fiend celestial? Ji Tianxing said in a serious tone, at most 15 minutes. I think I can fight it to a draw, but it will be difficult to defeat it. We can't stay here for long. Aku, bring Yao Yao back to the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda now. I can only deal with the ancestor fiend celestial when you are safe. Chapter 24:15. Yun Yao and Ji Ke understood. With their strength, they could not threaten the ancestor fiend celestial at all. If they continued to stay, not only would they not be able to help Ji Tianxing, but they would also become a burden to him and distract him. Therefore, the two of them nodded in agreement and reminded him with concern. Tianxing, if you can defeat the ancestor fiend celestial, it will be fine. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Big brother Tianxing, you must be careful. If the situation is not right, retreat immediately. Ji Tianxing nodded solemnly and comforted. Don't worry, I have the secret key to the divine pagoda. I can escape at any time. Ji Ke did not waste any more time. He quickly used a secret technique and formed a flaming door in front of him. This flaming door was connected to the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Tower. After all, Ji Ke had already refined and completely controlled the divine pagoda. No matter where he was, he could quickly return to the divine pagoda. Swoosh! The two of them stepped into the teleportation door side by side and disappeared with a flash of light. Seeing Yun Yao and Ji Ke leave, Ji Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief. He held the sword of burial of heaven and faced the ancestor fiend celestial alone. The blood prison had already been destroyed, so the ancestor fiend celestial simply kept it. It stood in the night sky hundreds of miles away. Its 6 pairs of eyes were burning with blood-red flames as it stared at Ji Tianxing. After observing for a while, it said, I thought that you had really made a breakthrough. I didn't expect you to only be in the false god realm. You have yet to condense a god's body in god's blood. How can you fight me? Ji Tianxing sneered and said calmly, back when Luo Shui attacked Baiming Palace, didn't you also use the false god state to protect Baiming Mountain? Since I can enter the false god realm, it means that I am not far from recovering to the god realm. The ancestor fiend celestial said confidently, I only used a little more than a year to break through to the god realm from the false god realm. You will need at least 2 years. However, you will be buried here tonight. You won't have the chance in this lifetime. You are too confident. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and sneered, who will live and who will die is still unknown. The ancestor demonic god sensed that Ji Tianxing seemed to be stalling for time, so he bellowed angrily, Ji Tianxing, don't even think of playing tricks in front of me. As soon as it finished speaking, it waved its 4 large palms and formed a mysterious seal, releasing 9 different colored beams of light. 9 difficulties Devil Blade. Suddenly, the 9 different colored light beams converged into a light blade that was thousands of feet long and slashed at Ji Tianxing. Reality proved that the ancestral fiend celestial's guess was right. Ji Tianxing was indeed stalling for time. He had temporarily reached the semi-divinity realm, and he was in the midst of recovering from his injuries and accumulating his strength. Unfortunately, the ancestral fiend celestial had seen through it. He sighed in regret and could only cast his arts to block it. Only I am in heaven and earth, and all laws are indestructible. Ji Tianxing bellowed as he formed an ancient seal with both hands, his body burning with golden divine flames. When the 9 difficulties Devil Blade slashed at him, his figure disappeared into thin air and merged with heaven and earth. It was not like before, where he merged with heaven and earth. He had become the embodiment of heaven and earth, omnipresent and ever-changing. This was the true Armillary Heaven secret technique, a true divine ability. Even though he was only at the semi-divinity realm and had yet to condense a divine body and divine blood. But now that he had divine power, He could use true divine abilities and secret techniques. Kaboom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the 9 difficulties devil blade tore through the sky and struck the ground. A 1,000-mile-long ravine was formed on the ground, like a huge abyss. The ground trembled incessantly, and countless ravines were formed. 9 types of apocalyptic power spread out in all directions. In an instant, the mountains collapsed one after another, the rivers were also cut in half, and the sea of trees was completely destroyed into ruins. All living beings were killed by the destructive power, and everything within a 5,000-mile radius was turned into a black land of death. Even Ji Tianxing was secretly shocked by such a terrifying power. However, he had already used the power of heaven and earth to neutralize the power of the 9 difficulties devil blade, so he was not injured. Swish! When the ancestor fiend celestial was searching for him, he appeared behind the ancestor fiend celestial. Swish! He waved his left hand and threw out the god-slaying flying dagger, which turned into a 3-foot-long golden light and stabbed at the ancestor fiend celestial's back. The ancestor fiend celestial realized that something was wrong. Demonic fog surged out of his body and formed a black vortex to block the flying dagger. However, he had underestimated the power of the god-slaying flying dagger. Boom! The god-slaying flying dagger pierced through the black fog vortex and stabbed the ancestor fiend celestial's back. There were black scales on his back and 12 blade-like black wings. The defense of his divine body was very strong. Even so, the god-slaying flying dagger still pierced through his divine body and flew out of his chest. Pff! A huge bloody hole was left in the ancestor fiend celestial's chest. Dark purple demonic blood gushed out like spring water and sprinkled on the ground. The ruins were tainted by the demonic blood and were instantly corroded into black ashes. There were sizzling sounds and puffs of black gas were emitted. The god-slaying flying dagger drew an arc in the night sky and disappeared into the darkness, hiding in an alternate dimension. When Ji Tianxing found another opportunity, he would use it to launch another attack. The ancestor fiend celestial covered the bloody hole in his chest and stared at Ji Tianxing with a ferocious expression. He cursed in a deep voice, "Ji Tianxing, you despicable beast, how dare you sneak attack me?" Ji Tianxing sneered in disdain. "So what if I sneak attack you? I still want to kill you." As he said that, he formed hand seals and controlled the sword of burial of heaven to fly into the night sky. He used his ultimate sword Dao, great rotating sacred sword. Under his control, the sword of burial of heaven expanded violently and became a huge black sword that was 10,000 feet long. Swish, swish, swish. With a flash of black light, the pitch-black giant sword actually split into 9 identical giant swords. Slash! Ji Tianxing formed hand seals and pointed at the ancestor fiend celestial. Instantly, the 9 huge swords of burial of heaven exploded with sacred golden light and slashed at the ancestor fiend celestial from all directions. "It's just an illusion, a mere trick." The ancestor fiend celestial sneered in disdain. His 6 eyes burned with purple flames as he stared at the 9 huge swords, trying to see through them. In his mind, only one of the 9 huge swords was real. The rest were all illusions. As long as he blocked the real sword, he would be able to break Ji Tianxing's divine power. However, the result made him turn pale with fright and astonishment. The 9 huge black swords were all real. Even if he used the eye of the fiend celestial, he could not differentiate the real from the fake. Bam, bam, bam. The ancestor fiend celestial was stunned for a moment before he was hit by a few huge swords. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Instantly, his body trembled violently. Demonic blood spurted out from his chest, back, and shoulders. The black scales were shattered and 6 bone-deep wounds appeared on his body. Blood flowed out continuously. The violent impact also pushed him back dozens of miles. Chapter 24:16. Bam, 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 bam. Hundreds of black light blades clashed with the 9 burial of heaven swords, resulting in a deafening explosion. The black light blades immediately crumbled, turning into billions of fragments that scattered in the night sky. 7 of the 9 burial of heaven swords also shattered, turning into hundreds of fragments that fell from the sky. Seeing this, the ancestor fiend celestial sneered. Just as this god had expected. Such a clumsy camouflage technique, it can't even withstand a single blow. However, as soon as it finished speaking, the hundreds of black fragments turned back into giant black swords with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 burial of heaven swords appeared in the night sky. Ji Tianxing expressionlessly formed hand seals and controlled the 300 swords to attack the ancestor fiend celestial. Swish, 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 swish. The swords formed a huge sword formation that filled the sky with sword radiance and divine flames, drowning the ancestor fiend celestial. The ancestor fiend celestial had no choice but to use all his strength, releasing monstrous blood radiance and black light to resist the sword formation. He used both his fists and legs to shatter the swords one after another. The 6 pairs of bladed black wings on his back also slashed out like sharp blades, shattering many of the swords. Cut, 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 boom, 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 boom. Crisp shattering sounds and deafening explosions constantly erupted in the night sky, spreading over thousands of miles. Even though the ancestor fiend celestial had immense strength and strong defense, he could shatter the pitch-black swords with his fists and legs. However, he discovered that after the swords were shattered, they immediately turned into even more swords. In the beginning, the sword formation was only 100 miles wide, formed by hundreds of swords. After fighting for a while, the sword formation expanded to 1,000 miles wide, formed by thousands of swords. The more the ancestor fiend celestial fought, the more fearful he became. When the number of swords reached 10,000, the power of the sword formation also reached its peak. The ancestor fiend celestial was forced into a fluster. He was injured all over and blood splattered everywhere. He roared in disbelief, "Damn bastard, what kind of lousy sword technique is this? How can it be so difficult to deal with?" He was once an ancient great fiend celestial, comparable to a godly king, and had slaughtered countless godly spirits. Therefore, it was very proud and did not put ordinary martial gods in its eyes at all. Even the dragon subduing general was an ant in its eyes. Even if Ji Tianxing was Kenshin's reincarnation and was once the god king of the upper realm, he was still a junior in its eyes. Not to mention, Ji Tianxing was still at the semi-divinity realm. It had thought that killing Ji Tianxing would be a piece of cake. However, only now did it realize that Ji Tianxing was far more mysterious and difficult to deal with than it had expected. After a full 100 breaths of time, the ancestral fiend celestial was covered in wounds from the sword formation, but he was still unable to destroy the sword formation. It was unable to restrain its anger. Finally, it could no longer hold back and used its strongest trump card. Apocalypse Calamity. Following its furious roar, the sky within 1,000 miles instantly collapsed. Just like a mirror, it was trampled to pieces. The dark night sky turned into a chaotic void. A violent and destructive power spread out in all directions, instantly shattering the entire sword formation. Ji Tianxing, who was in the middle of casting a spell, immediately trembled and spat out a mouthful of hot blood. He had never expected that the ancestral fiend celestial would still be able to unleash such a terrifying divine power after being killed so miserably by the sword formation. In an instant, it shattered everything within 1,000 miles, turning everything into nothingness. This kind of method was truly horrifying. After all, this was the ancestral fiend celestial's ultimate trump card. The Apocalypse Calamity was the first of the 3 calamities and the most powerful destructive force. In the ancient era, when the ancestral fiend celestial was fighting with Yaoguang and the 100 races, he had used the Apocalypse Calamity to directly destroy a world. Such a technique and scene was unimaginably powerful. Cough, cough. Ji Tianxing's body was bent as he coughed violently, blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. The sword formation was shattered, and he also suffered a backlash from his divine power. His internal organs and meridians were all shattered. The burial of heaven was also heavily injured. It let out a sorrowful cry and flew back from the night sky. Swoosh! The burial of heaven landed in front of Ji Tianxing and floated dully. The burial of heaven's voice rang in Ji Tianxing's mind. It was weak and hoarse. The ancestral Fian Celestial's technique is too powerful. I am already heavily injured, and my strength has decreased greatly. It is not advisable to continue fighting, or my life will be in danger. After saying that, the burial of heaven fell into silence. It was obvious that it had fallen into a deep sleep. Ji Tianxing lifted his sleeve to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He held the burial of heaven in his hand and raised his head to look ahead. He saw the ancestral Fiend Celestial, who was covered in wounds and blood, stepping out of the void and charging over at lightning speed. Ji Tianxing, your death is here. The ancestral Fiend Celestial roared and charged over with murderous intent. Ji Tianxing's eyes flashed with anger and helplessness. He thought to himself, I am only in the false god state after all, and not the real martial god realm. I am still unable to block its divine ability. In another 100 breaths of time, the false god state will end. I am already unable to face it head-on, so there is no point in continuing to fight. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing made up his mind. A golden light flashed in his left hand, and the small golden pagoda appeared. He looked at the ancestral Fiend Celestial coldly and shouted, Tonight's battle is to test your strength. The ancient great Fiend Celestial is nothing more than this. When I recover to the god realm, the next time we meet, it will be your death. After saying that, the small pagoda in his left hand emitted a bright golden light and swallowed his body. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, the ancestral Fiend Celestial charged forward and slashed down with a few bloody blades. The bloody blades tore through the night sky and struck the ruins, creating a few 100-mile-long gullies. There was a loud explosion. However, Ji Tianxing had already escaped and was far away from this world. The ancestral Fiend Celestial was filled with indignation. His 6 eyes burned with bloody flames as he searched for traces and aura. Ji Tianxing, you coward, get out here for this god. He roared angrily as his body emitted a murderous aura that suppressed everything within 1,000 miles. However, Ji Tianxing was already hundreds of millions of miles away. After cursing a few times, the ancestral Fiend Celestial could only suppress his anger and turn to leave. Coward, don't let me catch you again. Before he left, he clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. Inside the 9 heavens 10 absolutes pagoda. On the 5th level, on the demon god altar. Swoosh! With a golden flash, Ji Tianxing appeared out of thin air. He stood on the altar with a pale face and held the sword of burial of heaven in his right hand. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. The golden divine light surrounding his body grew dimmer and dimmer, and soon it would dissipate. The divine power in his body was also weakening and would disappear in 100 breaths. A strong sense of weakness surged from his divine soul, making him feel extremely tired and sleepy. His eyes were a little blurry. Yun Yao and Ji Ku had already returned to the divine pagoda. However, the 2 of them had been waiting on the demon god altar, feeling anxious and worried. Seeing that Ji Tianxing had finally returned, the 2 of them hurriedly went up to him and supported him on both sides. Tianxing, how did you suffer such serious injuries? Big brother Tianxing, your injuries are very serious. Quickly go into seclusion to heal yourself. Chapter 24:17. Seeing that Yun Yao and Ji Ku were full of worry, Ji Tianxing waved his hand, indicating that they did not need to be nervous. He took out 2 pills from his spatial ring and swallowed them before circulating his energy to refine them. Not long after, the false god state ended. Ji Tianxing returned to normal, and his mind was much clearer. His injuries had also improved. Yun Yao and Ji Ku were relieved and quickly asked about the situation. Tianxing, how was the result of your fight with the ancestor fiend god? Big brother Tianxing, did you kill the ancestor fiend god? Ji Tianxing saw that their eyes were bright and full of anticipation, and he could not help but smile bitterly. I only entered the false god state temporarily, but the ancestor fiend god was a true deity. Moreover, it was an ancient great fiend god from 30,000 years ago. How could I kill it? Yun Yao and Ji Ku were stunned, and the light in their eyes gradually dimmed. However, the two of them thought about it and realized that it was indeed so. Ji Ku pursed her lips and asked, "In that case, you fought to a draw with the ancestor fiend god?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "To be precise, both sides were injured. Its injuries seemed to be even more severe, but they were all superficial wounds. In comparison, my injuries were slightly more serious, and I will need a few years to recover." Yun Yao nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "This result is also within our expectations. After all, you fought with martial god Tianju first, and you were already injured. You should quickly return to the 6th level and recuperate in seclusion." Ji Tianxing said regretfully, "It's a pity that we were unable to restrain the Heaven Punisher army when we created chaos in the Luo Shui Divine Nation. Now that we have escaped back to the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda, we can't help it all. The Luo Shui Divine Nation situation is worrying." Ji Ku quickly comforted him, "Big brother Tianxing, you have already done a lot. Don't blame yourself. In the face of a calamity, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. The outcome is not something we can control." Yun Yao also said solemnly, "God Lord Luo River is unable to save the world by himself, and he is unable to turn the tide. His divine kingdom is probably about to fall. We have to make the best use of our time and strive to break through to the deity realm as soon as possible so that we can avenge the Luo Shui Divine Nation." Ji Tianxing nodded in agreement and said nothing more. Activating the Origin Divine Formation, he stepped through the door of light. Shwa! With a flash of brilliance, he entered the 6th level of the Divine Pagoda and appeared in the dark, distorted space. Yun Yao and Ji Ku followed closely behind. They returned to the 6th level and went into seclusion. Ji Tianxing sat down in the dark space-time and closed his eyes to recuperate. He thought to himself, "In the previous 2 battles, I was on the verge of death countless times. My potential and limits have been stimulated, and the shackles of the immortal state have been loosened. This time, I'm going to recuperate in seclusion. I want to take the opportunity to break through to the deity realm. No matter what secret technique I use, I have to break through the shackles in one go." After making up his mind, he first recuperated his injuries and repaired his shattered organs. Soon 3 months passed. His internal injuries were completely healed, and his physical injuries were also 80% healed. Ji Tianxing took several sage pills to recuperate his divine soul. Time quickly passed. A year later, his divine soul was completely healed and returned to its peak state. Then he began to break through the shackles with all his might, striving to break through to the immortal state. Going from martial saint to martial god was not only an increase in strength, but also a transformation from a human to a god. This was a transformation of form and advancement. It was extremely profound and related to the heavenly Tao in all things in the world. If he could successfully break through to the immortal state, his life form would transcend mortality and become an even more powerful life form. A god's body could transform into anything and everything in the world. He could summon wind and thunder with a breath, and he could topple mountains and overturn seas with a wave of his hand. These were divine powers. Only gods had the power and means to do so. It was impossible for a martial saint to do so, let alone control the power of heaven, earth, and stars. In my previous life, when I broke through to the martial god realm, I cultivated and advanced step by step. First, I condensed my magic power, resonated with heaven and earth, and transformed it into divine power. Then, I used the galaxy body tempering art to temper my body and transform it into a god's body. Finally, I refined my blood and fused it with all kinds of divine powers and secret techniques to transform it into divine blood. After these 3 steps, I finally broke through to the immortal state and became a martial god. Ji Tianxing pondered silently. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind as he considered how to break through. Now that I have mastered the power of stars and heaven and earth, I can immediately condense divine power. However, I have to make some changes and breakthroughs. I will also fuse the power of the heaven-mending pearl into it and refine it into a more powerful divine power that can naturally suppress demons. After making up his mind, Ji Tianxing began to recuperate and fuse the power of heaven, earth, and stars. A few days later, he used the power of heaven, earth, and stars to condense a faint golden divine power. Then he absorbed the power of the heaven-mending pearl and fused it with the divine power. This was a bold innovation and attempt, and it was extremely difficult. He was not sure if he could succeed. However, he was very clear that once he succeeded, he would become unique and his divine power would also be very powerful. When he tried to fuse it for the first time, the two forces rejected each other and shook. Ji Tianxing's expression changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and saw stars. However, he quickly suppressed his injuries and tried a second time. Bang! The faint golden divine power collided with the sacred white light and rippled again. Fortunately, the rejection was much smaller and the recoil was not that strong. Ji Tianxing was not injured. Great! This means that there is hope for the two divine powers to fuse. He was excited and secretly praised in his heart as he tried a third time. Although the third fusion still ended in failure. However, the rejection of the two divine powers was getting smaller and smaller. He also learned from the experience of failure and constantly improved. He concentrated on condensing the divine power and forgot about the passage of time. Ji Tianxing was on the 6th floor of the divine pagoda, healing his injuries and cultivating in seclusion for 2 years. Only half a month had passed in the 5 elements world. In this half a month, the situation in the Luoshui divine nation had worsened. The millions of heaven punishers were attacking the 5 southern nations with all their might. The 5 southern empires had a common enemy and were resisting with all their might. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was a one-sided slaughter. In a short 15 days, the Eastern Wave, Tianwu, and Moon Cauldron empires lost thousands of cities. Even though the 300,000 surviving divine guards desperately tried to stop the advance of the heaven punishers, their efforts were ineffective. Instead, the divine guards suffered heavy casualties and were on the verge of collapse. The billions of citizens of the southern nations were in an abyss of suffering. In their despair, they hoped that the Luoshui divine lord could reverse the situation and expel the heaven punishers. However, the Luoshui divine lord was being pursued by the dragon-subduing general and did not have the chance to do anything. According to the current situation, the Eastern Wave, Moon Cauldron, and Tianwu empires would fall in at most half a month. The destruction of the Luoshui divine nation was a foregone conclusion. Chapter 24:18. Unknowingly, another 12 days had passed. The army of the Heaven Punisher continued to advance southward, advancing step by step with irresistible force. 90% of the territories of the Eastern Wave and Tianwu empires had fallen. In order to protect the capital and preserve the empire's last dignity, the 3 sage emperors had died in battle. After the deaths of the 3 sage emperors, 90% of the empire's territory had been invaded, which was basically the same as being destroyed. Hundreds of millions of civilians had died in the flames of war, tragically massacred by the Heaven Punisher army. Hundreds of millions of civilians had lost their homes and fled to the 2 empires further south. They knew that the 2 empires in the south would not be able to last much longer and would soon be destroyed as well. However, no one was willing to sit and wait for death, and they still held on to a sliver of hope. A bad life was better than a good death, and even one more day was worth it. The situation in the divine kingdoms was worsening by the day, and they were on the verge of destruction. Only 2 of the 9 empires were left, and the Luoshui divine kingdom only existed in name. That evening, the setting sun was as red as blood. Within the borders of the Scarlet Sun Empire, within the Scarlet Cloud mountain range that stretched for 50,000 kilometers. Suddenly, a dazzling icy blue light tore through the sky, illuminating an area of a few hundred kilometers. The tranquility of the world was broken. An icy blue figure stepped out of the crack in the sky. It was a beautiful woman with a cold and holy aura. She wore an icy blue dress, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. She wore a crown of ice crystals studded with gemstones. It was the Luo Shui martial god. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her expression was grave. There was a deep sense of fatigue between her brows. Her face was somewhat pale, and her aura was somewhat chaotic. It was obvious that she was injured. However, her expression was hurried, and she did not even look behind her as she teleported forward. She seemed to be hiding from something. Suddenly, a blood-red brilliance lit up in the sky 50 kilometers in front of her. Crack! The sky was torn apart by a blood-red blade, and a huge crack appeared. A monster as large as a mountain emerged from the crack. It was a pitch-black monster that was 30 meters tall. It was half human, half beast, and its body was covered in black dragon scales. 2 ferocious black dragons extended from its shoulders. It was the dragon's subduing general. The dragon's subduing general stood in the sky with a murderous aura as he coldly stared at Luo Shui and revealed a mocking sneer. Luo Shui, for 2 whole months, we've traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers, and we've practically traversed the entire Shenwu continent. So what if you run to the ends of the earth? In the end, it will still fall into my hands. There was no way to escape? Be a good boy and give yourself up. General Dragon Subduing's tone was filled with confidence and complacency. It was as if he was determined to win. Several months ago, he had exchanged blows with Luo Shui and fought to the death. At that time, Luo Shui was heavily injured and fled. After all, his strength was 3 levels higher than Luo Shui's, and there was no suspense in the outcome. It was the same today. The result would not change at all. Luo Shui looked at General Dragon Subduing with a cold gaze and said in a cold tone, "There's an old saying in the human race, you can't do everything you want, but you can't say everything you want. You are so cruel and vicious, slaughtering 1 billion civilians and destroying the entire divine nation. Have you ever thought that one day, you will suffer retribution?" General Dragon Subduing was stunned for a moment before he said thoughtfully, "Although I've been learning the human race's language and writing to understand the history of this world, I've never heard of it before. However, I feel that your words are quite fresh and refreshing. However, in my opinion, in the face of absolute power, karma and retribution are all empty words. I've led the Heaven Crusading Army and conquered countless worlds in the starry sky. I've destroyed countless worlds. If there was really such a thing as karma and retribution, I would have disappeared long ago. How could I have survived until today?" At this point, his lips curled into a contemptuous sneer as he said domineeringly, "I've never believed in ghosts and gods, because I am a god." While he was speaking, Luo Shui had secretly accumulated divine power and executed a teleportation secret technique. Swoosh! Her body emitted an icy blue brilliance as her figure flashed and was about to disappear, leaving this world. However, General Dragon Subduing was already prepared. He had also secretly accumulated divine power to prevent her from escaping. After all, in the past 2 months, he had chased after Luo Shui twice, but Luo Shui had escaped each time. Dragon flames cover the sky. General Dragon Subduing roared furiously as he waved his pitch-black claws, striking out blood-red flames that covered the sky and earth. Instantly, the blood-red flames that covered the sky enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles. The blood-red flames condensed into a huge cage, sealing this world. Luo Shui had just escaped into an alternate dimension and was about to escape this area. However, the blood-red flame cage released a terrifying suppressive force that forcefully pushed her back. Swoosh! A crack appeared in the sky as she flew out, covered in an icy blue brilliance, and fell into the blood-red flame cage. This world had already turned into a world of blood and fire. The dark sky, the majestic mountain range, and the lush forest had all disappeared. Only boundless blood-red flames were left around Luo Shui. They surged over like raging waves, corroding her protective divine power. The invisible sealing force was still suppressing her, causing her divine power to slow down and her battle prowess to weaken by 30%. This scene was just like the battle a few months ago. Luo Shui was once again in danger. She did not hesitate to draw the reverse water divine sword, slashing out an icy blue brilliance that filled the sky toward the blood-red flames around her. Bam, bam, bam. Amidst deafening sounds, the sword light and the blood-red flames collided, sending out countless fragments of light. The violent impact caused the blood-red flames to churn violently. Luo Shui was also sent flying hundreds of miles away before being swallowed up by another wave. Kacha kacha! Her icy blue shield instantly crumbled, and her divine power was quickly drained. The blood-red flames were about to touch her body and corrode it. At this critical moment, she formed a divine art with both hands and used a protective divine art. Weak water ice heart technique. With a cold shout, an icy blue brilliance surged from her body and condensed into an oval-shaped ball of light. Ice blue water danced within the ball of light, releasing a power that could purify everything. Any blood-red flames that came into contact with the ball of light were purified and dispersed. However, within the 1,000-mile-wide cage, the blood flames seemed to be boundless and endless. The power of the ball of light was constantly drained, but the blood-red flames were getting stronger and stronger. Even if Luo Shui resisted with all her might, she would not be able to hold on for long. Luo Shui, stop resisting. It's all futile. General Dragon Subduing came over on a wave of blood-red flames, his voice as loud as a bell. He raised his fists and sent out 2 mountain-sized fist shadows toward Luo Shui. Luo Shui's expression was as cold as ice. She pursed her lips and did not say a word. She waved the reverse water divine sword, sending out more than 300 cold lights that formed a sword array to block the fist shadows. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening explosion, the fist shadows and sword lights collapsed at the same time. Luo Shui's face turned paler, and her breathing became more chaotic. Chapter 24:19. Bam, bam, bam. General Dragon Subduing continued to attack, using all sorts of divine powers. In just a short span of time, he had actually released more than 3,000 attacks. At the same time, he could also control the blood flame cage to suppress Luo Shui. Luo Shui was forced to retreat and was exhausted from defending. Her power was quickly depleting, and her injuries were getting worse. After a short span of time, her noble divine crown had been shattered, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Her ice blue dress had also become tattered and covered in blood. Dozens of wounds had appeared on her body, and pale golden divine blood kept seeping out. According to the current situation, her divine power would be exhausted in a quarter of an hour at most. By then, she would definitely fall into the hands of General Dragon Subduing, and her life would be controlled by him. The situation was so critical that she could only contend with General Dragon Subduing and try her best to find a chance to escape. Unfortunately, she had used the goddess's tear back then to escape the calamity. General Dragon Subduing was already prepared and did not give her a chance to use the goddess's tear. Thus, she could only think of another way to create an opportunity. Swish, 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 swish. She took out 4 pitch-black swords from her interspatial ring and used the Imperial Kenshin technique to control the swords to attack General Dragon Subduing. Sky-splitting strike. The 4 cold, pitch-black swords all transformed into giant swords that were thousands of feet long and released destructive power. General Dragon Subduing had not taken her attack seriously and could easily resolve it. However, when he saw the appearance of the 4 swords, his pupils constricted, and his eyes were filled with shock. This was because the 4 blades were extremely simple and crude. They weren't real divine weapons. They were parts of the heaven-punishing race's battleship that had been refined and polished into swords. Those are fragments of my race's divine ship? You actually dismantled my race's divine ship? You can even control it? General Dragon Subduing instinctively shouted as he stared at Luo Shui. He knew very well that the divine ship of the heaven-punishing race was very special and was not an ordinary divine artifact. It contained a special power that only the heaven-punishing race could cultivate and use. And now, Luo Shui could also control it. There was only one thought in General Dragon Subduing's mind. Could it be that she has already understood the source of my race's power and learned our cultivation method? This thought caused General Dragon Subduing to be filled with wariness, and he felt a great sense of danger. He knew that the Luo River had assassinated many captains and seized many warships. If she deliberately studied them, she might be able to dig out the secrets of the Heaven Punishers from some of the captains. Just as the dragon subduing general was in a daze, for heaven-shattering sabers struck him. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the deafening sound, the dragon subduing general's protective blood-red light was shattered by the long saber. Blood splattered everywhere. The terrifying impact sent him flying backward, crashing into the blood sea hundreds of miles away. 2 wounds appeared on General Dragon Subduing's burly body. One wound was on his left shoulder, while the other wound was on his right abdomen. Blood gushed out of both wounds. The sharp pain coming from his wound made him sober up a lot, and he also put away his contempt. He hurriedly put away the chaotic thoughts in his head and focused on dealing with Luo Shui. He wanted to capture Luo Shui and interrogate her about the situation. However, when he returned to the peak of the blood-red flames and charged toward Luo Shui, he discovered that she had already disappeared. When he was sent flying by the long saber, Luo Shui had already used her ultimate technique and turned into billions of 5-colored teardrops. Under her control, the 4 long sabers pierced through the blood-red flames and stabbed the blood-red light barrier together. Crack! A huge hole was pierced in the blood-red flame cage that covered the sky. Billions of 5-colored teardrops immediately passed through the gap and escaped the dragon flame domain. Swish, swish, swish. The moment she returned to the world, Luo Shui felt that the pressure on her was greatly reduced. The endless rainbow-colored teardrops scattered all over the world for thousands of miles and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, General Dragon Subduing chased after her. He saw the 5-colored teardrops burrowing into the ground with his own eyes. He did not hesitate to use his ultimate technique to destroy this world. Raging Dragon slays the sky. With a furious roar, he activated the 2 black dragons on his shoulders and released a black dragon phantom that reached the sky. Boom boom. The 2 black dragon phantoms that were hundreds of miles long slammed into the mountain range and the ground. Instantly, the mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles collapsed, and 2 huge abyss-like pits appeared on the ground. The ground within 5,000 miles turned into ruins, and the mountains and forests no longer existed. Millions of 5-colored teardrops that had just burrowed into the ground were also destroyed. The loud noise shook the sky, and the ground within tens of thousands of miles trembled. In his anger, General Dragon Subduing had destroyed 5,000 miles with one move. Such power was simply terrifying. However, it was useless. The goddess tear that Luo Shui had transformed into had merged into the world. Unless General Dragon Subduing could destroy 10,000 miles with one move, he would not be able to kill Luo Shui on the spot. He had only destroyed 5,000 miles of land and destroyed a portion of the goddess tier. The remaining portion of the goddess tier had already fled this area and was nowhere to be found. General Dragon Subduing stood in the smoke-filled sky and looked at the 2 huge pits on the ground. He was so angry that his face was distorted. Damn you, bitch! You actually managed to escape from my hands once again. I swear that I will not let you escape for the 3rd time. The next time I find you, it will be the time of your death. His thunderous roar reverberated in the sky for a long time. After a while, General Dragon Subduing's anger dissipated. Only then did he break open the sky and teleport away. 3 days later, at the easternmost part of the Luo Shui God Nation, on a nameless island in the endless sky ocean. Luo Shui, who was wearing an ice-blue dress, stood on a reef by the sea. She looked exhausted, and her face was haggard as she looked toward the west. Her eyes were dim and lifeless. At this moment, she looked weak and wretched, and she did not have the noble and majestic aura of the past, although she had successfully escaped General Dragon Subduing's attack. However, nearly half of the goddess tier that she had transformed into had been destroyed by General Dragon Subduing. As a result, she had been severely injured, and her strength had decreased greatly. She was in an extremely weak state. The Luo Shui God Nation will eventually perish, and no one will be able to save it. However, this failure is only temporary. I will eventually come back to take revenge. Luo Shui looked at the endless sky ocean with a determined gaze as she muttered to herself. Then, she took out 2 communication jade slips from her interspatial ring. After pondering for a moment, she drafted 2 orders and sent them out. Bush. The 2 jade slips disappeared into the sky with an ice blue glow. Luo Shui also turned and left. Her body merged into the blue endless sky ocean and quickly disappeared. 2 days later, the 2 remaining empires of the Luo Shui God Nation announced their surrender at the same time. The Heaven Punishing Army had just conquered the Eastern Wave Empire, the Moon Cauldron Empire, and the Tianwu Empire. They were resting within the borders of these 3 empires. The Heaven Punishing Army's elites were busy conquering various cities, seizing resources, and controlling territories. Originally, they had planned to rest for half a month before conquering the last 2 empires in one go. Who would have thought that the 2 empires would announce their surrender before they could even move south? This saved them a lot of trouble. The Heaven Punishing Army did not need to fight and had already conquered the entire Luo Shui God Nation. Chapter 2420. In just a few days, news of the Luo Shui Divine Kingdom's destruction spread throughout the entire Shenwu continent. The various races were shocked, and the martial world was in an uproar. This massive war had lasted for an entire year, and it had finally come to an end. Many people had expected that the Luo Shui Divine Kingdom would not be able to withstand the attack of the Heaven Punisher and would be destroyed sooner or later. However, when that day finally arrived, the commoners found it hard to accept this result, and their hearts were heavy and sorrowful. All the major powers and races began to worry and be on guard. Which divine kingdom would the Heaven Punisher Army's next target be? Or which power or race's territory would it be? For a moment, all the martial artists in the world were discussing this matter, and everyone had different opinions. The situation on the Shenwu continent had also become very anxious, and everyone was jittery. The entire continent was shrouded in a formless haze that made it hard for everyone to breathe. No one knew when the next war would erupt. In the depths of Dark North Mountain, within the gloomy and solemn Dark North Palace, the atmosphere in the main hall was heavy and stifling. The ancestral demon god, who was 6 meters tall and dressed in black robes and had 3 heads, sat on the throne at the head of the hall. More than a month had passed since the great battle between him and Ji Tianxing. He had been heavily injured, and his body was covered in wounds and bloody holes. He looked very miserable. However, after returning to Dark North Mountain, he had recuperated in the Blood Sea Abyss for more than a month before returning to normal. A few days ago, his injuries had healed, and he had appeared to preside over the situation. At this moment, Ling Xian, Ba Tuo, and the 2 new devil sages were all standing in the hall with solemn expressions. The ancestral demon god looked at Ling Xian and asked in a dignified tone, "Ling Xian, I asked you to send a message to Fu Long. When did he agree to come and negotiate?" Ling Xian cupped his fists and bowed, replying respectfully, reporting to the ancestral demon god, "Fu Long said that he would arrive today. It should be soon." The ancestral demon god nodded and said angrily, "The Luo Shui Divine Kingdom has been taken over by the Heaven Punisher, and there is no news of the Luo Shui martial god. The Heaven Punisher's power has increased, and they don't place us in their eyes. If Fu Long's attitude is still arrogant, then I will have to take some necessary measures." Ling Xian hurriedly added, "That's right. The Heaven Punisher race was too arrogant. They wanted to monopolize the Luo Shui Divine Nation and refused to give up any benefits. Such a domineering and overbearing way of doing things would bring them trouble sooner or later. However, Primogenitor, you've just recovered to the God realm. If you have a few decades to recover to the LV9 martial god realm, you'll be able to destroy the Heaven Punisher clan easily." Ba Tuo and the 2 new devil saints nodded in agreement. The ancestral fiend celestial felt the same way and said regretfully, "It's a pity that time waits for no one. If I had revived 30 years earlier, the entire 5 elements world would be under my rule." At this moment, A pitch-black battleship that was 3,000 meters long came from the south and stopped above Beiming Palace. After the battleship's door opened, the dragon subduing general who was clad in golden armor walked out. He stepped into the sky and landed on the square of the Beiming Palace. Then he walked into the main hall. This time, he came alone and didn't even bring any guards with him. The demon guards guarding the entrance of the hall immediately entered the hall to report the news. Reporting to Primogenitor, General Fu Long has arrived. After reporting the news, the guard bowed and retreated. Then, General Fu Long stepped into the hall and bowed to the ancestral Fiend Celestial. Lord Fiend Celestial, how have you been? General Fu Long had a playful smile on his face as he stared at the ancestral Fiend Celestial. He asked, Lord Fiend Celestial, may I know why you've come to find me? The ancestral Fiend Celestial frowned and said calmly, it seems that General Fu Long has just taken down the Luo Shui Holy Kingdom. You're in a good mood. General Fu Long nodded and said, that's right. My clan has been homeless and has experienced many hardships. We've also lost many people. Now, we finally have a place to rest and recuperate on this continent. This is a good thing and a joyous occasion. Of course, I'm happy. Recuperate? The ancestral Fiend Celestial raised his eyebrows and said playfully, General Fu Long, don't forget that the 10 million soldiers under your command are all human captives. If you continue to fight and kill, you can still maintain your unity. But if you recuperate, the 10 million soldiers will fall apart. When the time comes and you want to gather more soldiers to invade other holy kingdoms, I'm afraid you won't be able to gather so many soldiers. General Fu Long frowned and thought for a while. Then he smiled and said, if that's the case, Lord Fiend Celestial has come to find me today to discuss the matter of leading the army into battle? That's right. The ancestral Fiend Celestial nodded and said, while the morale of the heaven-conquering army is high, we can join forces to attack the vast divine kingdom. We'll definitely be unstoppable. Before he could finish speaking, General Fu Long waved his hand and rejected him. Lord Fiend Celestial, I've already said it. After a year of fighting, my clan soldiers are already exhausted and are not suitable to continue fighting. Now, my soldiers are distributing the Luo Shui Holy Kingdom's territory, taking in the cities and people, and stabilizing the situation. After the situation is stabilized, the soldiers still have to recuperate and reproduce. My clan has finally obtained the Luo Shui Holy Kingdom's territory, so we naturally have to hold on to it tightly and not lose it. Therefore, I've decided to recuperate for 10 years. During this period, I won't lead the army into battle. General Fu Long's reply was obviously out of the ancestral Fiend Celestial's expectations. He instantly frowned and said in a low voice, General Fu Long, if that's the case, you're rejecting my cooperation again? General Fu Long smiled and said, Lord Fiend Celestial, please calm down. I also have to consider the soldiers under my command. The so-called 3 divine kingdoms are actually very weak. The Luo Shui Holy Kingdom is the best example. If you lead the army into battle, you'll definitely be able to take down the vast divine kingdom easily. You don't need my cooperation at all. Moreover, after you destroy the vast divine kingdom, you'll be able to monopolize that territory and won't have to share it equally with me. Why not? Seeing the ancestral Fiend Celestial's expression become increasingly gloomy and anger appeared in his eyes, General Fu Long added, if Lord Fiend Celestial really wants to cooperate, we can wait for 10 years. At that time, we'll join forces to attack the Heaven Extinction Divine Kingdom and share that territory equally. How about that? The ancestral Fiend Celestial's face was gloomy. He stood up without saying a word and looked down at General Fu Long from above. His entire body surged with pitch-black demonic aura, emitting an invisible pressure and releasing an ice-cold murderous aura. General Fu Long was enveloped by his pressure and endured the terrifying murderous aura. However, he didn't move at all and his expression didn't change. General Fu Long even said in a playful tone, seems like Lord Fiend Celestial is angry. However, I've already made up my mind and can only say that it's a pity. If you want to make me stay, you'd better give up on that thought. After all, you won't be able to make me stay. You'll only bring disaster to the North Underworld Mountain. Chapter 24-21. General Dragon Subduing's tone and attitude were confident and domineering. As he spoke, he did not care about the Ancestor Fiend Celestial's feelings, nor did he care about the demon race. The Ancestor Fiend Celestial was instantly enraged. Flames of fury burned in his chest. The pupils of his 6 eyes also burned with fierce blood flames. His black robe fluttered in the wind, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. In an instant, the entire conference hall fell to the freezing point, as if it had been sealed in ice. Ling Xian, Ba Tuo, and the 2 new demon sages were all trembling in fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Only General Dragon Subduing's expression did not change. He stepped through the door and left Beiming Palace. However, the Ancestor Fiend Celestial suppressed his anger and watched General Dragon Subduing leave. He did not attack General Dragon Subduing. It was not because he was afraid, but because he did not have full confidence. He did not want to start a war with the Heaven Punisher tribe. After a long time, General Dragon Subduing had already left on the warship. The atmosphere in the conference hall gradually calmed down. The terrifying pressure and killing intent dissipated. Ling Xian, Ba Tuo, and the rest immediately felt the pressure decrease. They secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, Ling Xian saw the Ancestor Fiend Celestial return to his throne. He then asked, "Ancestor, what should we do next?" The Heaven Punisher tribe wants to stop fighting for 10 years. By then, they will firmly control the territory of the Luoshui Divine Kingdom. Their power will definitely increase again. If they do not participate in the war, we will not have a chance to deplete their strength. The Ancestor Fiend Celestial nodded and said in a low voice, "Dragon Subduing has guessed our intentions and naturally will not cooperate with us. He wants to stop fighting for 10 years not only to stabilize his territory, plunder resources, and strengthen his power. I'm afraid his strength has reached a bottleneck, and he will need 10 years to break through." Ling Xian was taken aback. He said with admiration, "Ancestor, your observation is so sharp. You can actually see through Dragon Subduing's background. Unbelievable." The Ancestor Fiend Celestial waved his hand and said solemnly, "The Heaven Punisher tribe has made it clear that they will not cooperate with us. There is no need to have any hope in the future. Furthermore, in the near future, our race will definitely have a war with the Heaven Punisher tribe. They want to stop fighting for 10 years to expand their power, but we cannot just sit and wait. Only through killing and war can our race quickly grow stronger. War and killing would indeed allow the demon race's power. However, if they lost, they would suffer even greater losses. Only the ancestral devil god would be the biggest winner of the war, and his strength would increase exponentially." Ling Xian looked expectant as he asked, "Primogenitor, do you mean that we should still gather our army and attack the vast divine kingdom?" The ancestral demon god nodded slightly and said solemnly, "The Luoshui Divine Kingdom has already been taken over by the heaven-punishing race. Martial god Tianju was still useful, so he would let him live for a few more years. The Divine Kingdom of Taihao is the best target for our clan to expand." Ling Xian, Ba Tuo, and the others exchanged looks. They were all excited as they bowed to greet him. "Yes, Primogenitor. I will go and select the warriors and gather the army," the ancestral devil god said solemnly. "After the defeat 3 years ago, many of our warriors have died, and we have yet to recover. Therefore, they had to go all out in this attack on the vast divine kingdom. They could only win, not lose. The selection of warriors could not be rushed. They had to select the bravest and most skilled warriors. I will give you half a year to prepare. Also, I have to study the situation in the vast divine kingdom and make some arrangements and ambushes in advance." Ling Xian, Ba Tuo, and the others nodded to show that they understood. They bowed and left. Unknowingly, another 3 months had passed. In the 6th level of the Jiutian Tenju Tower, Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion for 18 years, refining his special divine power. In the first 3 months, he had tried to merge the power of the heaven-mending pearl with his divine power. In the end, he had failed, and failed again. However, after each failure, the rejection between the two types of divine power would lessen. Ji Tianxing was also in the midst of his failures, constantly learning from his experiences and lessons. After 4 months, he finally succeeded. Since then, he had been refining his divine power and cultivating in seclusion without any distractions. He constantly strengthened his divine power and merged the power of the heaven-mending pearl into it. After 18 years of secluded cultivation, that strand of divine power had already become a vast and boundless ocean. Now, all his magic power had transformed into divine power. Moreover, after merging with the power of the heaven-mending pearl, it had become a dazzling golden divine power. This type of divine power was 6 times stronger than ordinary divine power. It also had the aura of holiness and light. Ji Tianxing's divine power naturally carried the aura of a god. It could also dispel the power of darkness and evil. He had taken a big step toward breaking through to the martial god realm. He was very gratified by this stage of success, and his heart was filled with anticipation. However, this was only the first step toward success. Next, he began to refine his divine body. His physical body was the holy sword body, which was the body closest to a divine body. As long as he cultivated the galaxy body refining art and used the power of the stars to refine his body, he would naturally be able to obtain a divine body. Therefore, Ji Tianxing woke up Ji Ku, who was cultivating, and asked her for help. Ji Ku controlled the divine tower and made the star map on the 5th level release endless power of the stars into Ji Tianxing's body. However, Ji Tianxing added some changes and innovations on this foundation. If I only use the power of the stars to refine my divine body, I will only obtain an ordinary divine body that can control the stars and the power of the 5 elements. In that case, I will be no different from an ordinary martial god. I want to merge the power of the divine thunder into my divine body and transform it into the thunder god's body. Also, I want to merge my sword Dao superpower into my divine body and transform it into the heaven-connecting sword body. In his previous life, he was Kenshin. Although he was extremely talented, he eventually became an unparalleled divine king. However, when he broke through to the martial god realm, his divine body was more ordinary. After he ascended to the divine realm, he used all kinds of superpower and secret skills to refine his divine body and transform it into various divine bodies. In the 3,000 mortal worlds, divine bodies were very rare. There might not even be one in each world. However, he knew that there were countless geniuses in the divine realm who had all kinds of rare and special divine bodies. The thunder god's body was one of them. There were also the wind god's body, the indestructible divine body, the fire god's body, and so on. As for the heaven-connecting sword body, it was a unique divine body that he had created by combining his sword Dao. Once he mastered this sword body, he would be like a divine sword with unparalleled destructive power. Even if his divine body was destroyed and crushed into millions of pieces, he would still be indestructible and could reform again. In his previous life, in the divine realm, he had been invincible among those of the same level with the heaven-connecting sword body and sword Dao. Even if he met an opponent of a higher level, he would still be able to put up a fight. In this life, he did not want to go down the same old path. If he tried to refine his divine body after becoming a martial god, he would be one step behind others and there would be innate regrets that he could not make up for. Chapter 24-22. After making up his mind, Ji Tianxing began to cultivate. Actually, this was not a sudden idea that popped up in his head. He had already weighed the pros and cons and made this decision after careful consideration. Moreover, he was 50% sure that this method would work. He first cultivated the galaxy body tempering art, absorbing the endless power of the stars to refine his body. Even if he wanted to innovate and fuse 2 types of divine bodies, the foundation was still the foundation. However, the astral body was the foundation. It had to be condensed and firm enough in order to withstand more tempering and changes. The cultivation process was very dry and painful. Ji Tianxing used the divine fire of the stars to refine his body, enduring inhumane torture at all times. That kind of feeling was like treating oneself as an iron fetus, burning in a raging fire, and then repeatedly hammering and tempering. However, this was the only way to become a god. No one could avoid it. Ji Tianxing had experienced it once when he broke through to the immortal state. Now, he did not feel much pain using the divine fire of the stars to refine his body. He was already used to it. Half a year later, the divine fire of the stars began to show results. Ji Tianxing estimated that he would be able to build a solid foundation and refine the divine body of the stars in 5 years at most. At that time, he would be able to fuse the 5 types of divine lightning and refine the thunder god's body. After refining the thunder god's body, he would then refine the heaven-piercing sword body. Everything would proceed step by step. The east of the Luoshui divine nation was an endless sea. The sea was vast and mysterious. Even the martial gods could not explore to the end. Therefore, the endless sea was called the heavenly sea. From ancient times until now, in the tens of thousands of years of recorded history, the heavenly sea had always been synonymous with danger and mystery. Legend had it that the heavenly sea was an underwater world that was different from the land. There were all kinds of strange sea creatures hiding there, and their numbers numbered in the hundreds of millions. There were also legends that the depths of the heavenly sea were occupied by divine dragons. That was the divine dragons' territory. The divine dragons had set up a seal in the depths of the sea, making it impossible for mortals to enter. There were also many unofficial records that recorded that the deepest part of the heavenly sea was connected to the core of the 5 elements world. The ancient gods all returned to the core of the earth after they died and formed divine fruits that no one had ever seen before. Every time the 5 elements world suffered a great change and was about to be destroyed, the divine fruit would appear. Those who were fated to obtain the divine fruit would ascend to the heavens and become a deity. There were countless similar myths and legends, and there were all kinds of versions. However, these legends were very illusory. Even a 3-year-old child would not believe them. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. An icy blue figure was flying through the sky above a blue sea with surging waves. This was the depths of the celestial sea, hundreds of millions of li away from the land. Even a martial god realm expert would have to fly for 3 months without rest to reach the destination. The graceful icy blue figure was a martial god realm expert. Luoshui martial god. At this moment, her clothes were neat and tidy. Her hair was tied up in a bun and she wore a jade crown. Other than looking a little tired and weak, he didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. She was flying over a huge wave that was 1,000 feet tall, and her eyes were fixed on the sea in front of her. At this moment, a black shadow the size of a mountain suddenly rushed out from under the 300-meter-tall wave. Swoosh! In just an instant, the black beast that was as black as ink and as huge as a mountain rushed into the sky and pounced to Luo Shui's side. It was a terrifyingly huge turtle, and its flat shell was at least 10 miles in circumference. However, it was not an ordinary turtle. It actually had 2 black snake-like necks and 5 thick feet under its abdomen. Its entire body was covered in a layer of black water vapor that contained a bone-chilling coldness. Luo Shui was rushing forward when she suddenly saw the huge turtle appear. Not only was she not on guard at all, she even revealed an expression of relief. "Black tortoise, I finally found you." Her eyes were much brighter as she greeted it with a relaxed tone. As she spoke, her figure flashed and landed on Black Tortoise's back. The black tortoise that was as huge as a mountain was one of the 4 spirits, the Black Tortoise sacred beast. It carried Luo Shui. Its huge and cumbersome body was as light as a piece of paper as it descended from the sky to the surface of the sea. Swoosh! Black Tortoise broke through the huge wave and swam forward with Luo Shui on its back. Its speed was as fast as an aurora. As it hurried, it used its divine sense to communicate with Luo Shui. "Eldest senior sister, why are you back? It's been 300 years since you last left." Black Tortoise's voice was somewhat dull, revealing an honest and steady aura. However, its tone was rather excited. It was obviously very happy to see Luo Shui. Luo Shui pursed her lips and said with a bitter smile, "Senior sister's divine kingdom is gone, and she was even injured by evil people. I could only come back to hide." Black Tortoise's body trembled. It was clearly surprised and exclaimed in disbelief, "It can't be? Eldest senior sister, stop joking. On that continent, who can injure you? Who can destroy your divine kingdom?" Luo Shui said in a low voice, "It's a long story and it's hard to explain. Let's return to Jade Clear Sky first. I want to see Master." Black Tortoise nodded and said, "Ever since Master went into seclusion, she hasn't appeared for 800 years. Every time she appears, it's with her divine soul clone. However, it's strange that Master seems to have predicted that you would return. As early as 10 days ago, Master came out of seclusion and is now waiting for you in Jade Clear Sky. Then let's go back quickly. Don't let Master wait for too long." Luo Shui's heart moved and she hurriedly urged. Black Tortoise did not say anything else and sped up. After swimming 10,000 miles into the depths of Sky Sea, an incomparably huge vortex appeared in front of them. That vortex was 10,000 miles wide and bottomless, like a terrifying black abyss. At first glance, it would always make people wonder if such a huge vortex had appeared because the 5 elements world had been pierced through. Although the vortex was unfathomably deep and released a terrifying devouring power. Black Tortoise was used to it and entered the vortex with ease. Swoosh! When it fell into the deepest part of the vortex, it passed through an ice-blue barrier and left Sky Sea. In the next moment, it carried Luo Shui and appeared in an alternate space with bright sunlight and abundant divine power. This beautiful alternate space was like an otherworldly paradise. Beneath their feet was a grassland covered with flowers and plants. In the distance were green mountains and clear waters, and a rainbow hung in the blue sky. The air seemed to be sweet, and 7-colored spiritual clouds floated in the sky. Without a doubt, this was the Jade Clear Sky that Black Tortoise had mentioned. On the huge peak at the end of the grassland, there were several majestic and ancient palaces and golden gates, faintly visible in the clouds. Black Tortoise carried Luo Shui across the grassland and landed on the peak of the huge peak. There were several palaces at the peak of the mountain, and all of them were inhabited by powerful martial artists. Most of them were humans, and there were a few rare foreign races. Of course, these were all disciples of Jade Clear Sky. After landing, Black Tortoise turned into a stout old man in a black robe and guarded outside the palace. Chapter 24-23. The interior of the pure jade palace was richly ornamented and magnificent. Pavilions and towers could be seen everywhere, and the palaces and buildings were elegant and clean, giving off an ancient and mysterious aura. There were very few maids in the palace, but all of them were Tribulation Realm powerhouses. They were dressed in simple but extraordinary silk dresses, and their every movement had a pure spirit that was untainted by the dust of the mortal world. Luo Shui passed through the corridors and gardens, heading towards the depths of the pure jade palace. Along the way, when the maids saw her, they would all respectfully bow and greet her, smiling sweetly as they called her senior apprentice sister. The people of the Shenwu continent only knew that Luo Shui was one of the 3 martial gods and was known as the world's #1 beauty. 3,000 years ago, she had appeared out of nowhere and stirred up a storm on the Shenwu continent as a peerless martial god, vying for supremacy. Even though she was a woman, she was still able to split the world with Taihao and Tianjue, not yielding an inch. No one knew of her past, and no one was clear about her origins. She had always been synonymous with mystery and aloofness. After a while, Luo Shui entered the depths of the pure jade palace and stepped into a magnificent hall that seemed to be made of crystal. The hall was cold and quiet, and there was only a tall woman in an ivory dress sitting on the throne at the head of the hall. The woman had a graceful figure and a graceful and refined temperament. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and she was beautiful and dignified. On the surface, she seemed to be between 30 and 40 years old, and she had the most mature and moving temperament of all. However, the most eye-catching thing about her was her waist-length hair, which was snow-white and pure without a trace of impurities. The white-haired woman leaned on the wide spiritual jade throne, one hand propping up her cheek as she thoughtfully looked at the table in front of her. On the table, which was made from 4 different types of spiritual jade, was a basin-sized pool. The pool was filled with clear blue seawater, and there was a whirlpool in the middle that constantly rippled. At the bottom of the pool, there was also a chopstick-sized ice blue dragon that was leisurely swimming about. Sensing Luo Shui's aura approaching, the white-haired woman collected her thoughts and looked up. When she saw that it was Luo Shui, her expression immediately softened, and a gentle smile appeared in her eyes. Luo Shui, you've finally returned. The white-haired woman slowly got up and sat on the throne, looking at Luo Shui with a kind gaze. Luo Shui also revealed a faint smile and hurriedly came before the throne. He bowed and said, Luo Shui greets Master. Get up quickly. The white-haired woman nodded slightly and said in a concerned tone, Ever since you set out to sea, you've only come back a few times in the past 3,000 years. Each time you came back, there was a gap of 700 to 800 years. In the past, when you returned, the Shenwu continent was peaceful, and you only came back to visit your master and your junior brothers and sisters. But this time, you only left for 300 years and you rushed back. Master's heavenly map is also in chaos. I'm afraid that the situation on Shenwu continent has changed, right? Luo Shui bowed and said, Indeed, nothing can be hidden from Master. You have seen through the mysteries of the heavens, and everything is within your expectations. For the past 300 years, the Shenwu continent had been relatively peaceful. However, since 30 years ago, when this disciple began to carry out that plan, it caused many unforeseen events. Over the past 10 years, hundreds of calamities and accidents have occurred one after another. Now, the Shenwu continent has truly changed. The white-haired woman nodded and said earnestly, That plan touched upon an ancient taboo, and it was also an unprecedented heaven-defying act. Even if you had silently planned it for 3,000 years, as soon as you started to carry it out, it would have caused the entire world to shake. The cycle of the heavens is endless. Everything was coincidental, but it was also predestined. The white-haired woman sighed, and there was a hint of desolation in her tone. Luo Shui knew that his master was known as Fairy Jade Clear, and she was the oldest surviving martial god in the world. His master had long since cleared her heart of desires, and she could clearly see the world's affairs. No matter what turmoil or unforeseen events happened in the world, it was nothing to his master. Luo Shui cupped his hands and said calmly, Master, the prosperity and fame of the secular world are nothing to us. However, the world seal and the limit of 10,000 years are related to our life and death. Even if we don't want to fight or get involved in the struggles of the secular world, we still have to think for ourselves. Thus, this disciple had no choice but to investigate the legends of Goddess Yaoguang and gather all sorts of clues to search for the divine orb. Even if reviving Goddess Yaoguang was a heaven-defying act that touched upon an ancient taboo, this disciple had no choice but to take the risk. Fairy Jade Clear nodded and said earnestly, Of course, I know that you are not only scheming for yourself. I understand your good intentions, so no matter when or why, I will always support you. Tell me, what changes have happened in the Shenwu continent in the past 30 years? Luo Shui calmly explained, 10 years ago, on the Tianxian continent, the ancient demon emperor revived the great demon god from 30,000 years ago with the help of martial god Tianju. Kenshin also reincarnated as Ji Tianxing and married the successor Yun Yao, whom this disciple had groomed. Ji Tianxing killed the ancient demon emperor and injured the recently revived ancestral demon god, causing it to escape from the Tianxian continent and come to the Shenwu continent. Luo Shui explained everything that had happened in the past 10 years to Fairy Jade Clear. Fairy Jade Clear listened attentively, and only then did she understand the whole story. After a full quarter of an hour, Luo Shui finally explained everything that had happened in the past 10 years in detail. Fairy Jade Clear's expression became solemn, and she frowned. If that's the case, then the Shenwu continent situation has indeed become complicated and critical. Originally, you had only used Yun Yao to revive the ancient goddess Yaoguang. But you did not expect that the ancestral demon god would be revived, and Kenshin would also be reincarnated. Later on, the Heaven Punisher led an army to invade and occupy your divine kingdom. These were all accidents, but they all happened together by coincidence. Luo Shui nodded and said with a complicated tone, "Yes, this disciple did not expect things to turn out this way. Now, this disciple can only escape back to Jade Clear Sky and discuss countermeasures with Master." Fairy Jade Clear thought for a moment and said earnestly, "The situation is so complicated. If you want to take revenge and continue with the plan from that year, then you can only improve yourself. Only with great strength will you be able to survive in this chaotic war and have the last laugh." Luo Shui nodded and said solemnly, "Master's teachings are correct, and this disciple also has the same thoughts. Therefore, this disciple plans to go into seclusion to recuperate for a period of time. After my injuries are healed, I will take out the divine radiant pearl and help Yun Yao break through to the deity realm. Only when she breaks through to the deity realm can this disciple's plan be considered complete. Only then can the ancient goddess Yaoguang be truly revived and change the world." Fairy Jade Clear frowned and looked at Luo Shui with a solemn expression. She asked, "Luo Shui, from what you said before, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao seem to trust you very much. You know better than I do that once you do that, she will disappear into thin air." Chapter 24-24. Fairy Yuqing's words made Luo Shui fall into silence. She frowned and her eyes became very complicated. She remained silent. Her eyes kept changing and it was obvious that hundreds of thoughts flashed through her mind. She was very tormented and hesitant. However, after a moment of silence, she nodded with a determined expression. "Master, you worry too much. I have been planning for this for 3,000 years and finally found the most suitable successor. Now that I am only one step away from success, how can I be merciful?" Fairy Yuqing nodded and said earnestly, "All right, since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you anymore. I only hope that no matter what the outcome is in the future, you will not regret it." There was a hidden meaning in Fairy Yuqing's words. She was referring to the relationship between Luo Shui and the Sword God. Although Fairy Yuqing had always lived in Jade Clear Heaven and had never shown her face in front of the world, she had never seen Kenshin. However, she also knew that Luo Shui and Kenshin had a close relationship back then, even better than Dao companions. Luo Shui said firmly, "Master, don't worry. I will not affect our plan for personal feelings." Fairy Yuqing stopped talking about this matter and nodded. "All right, you can go back to the secret room to heal your injuries later. After you come out, I will take out the divine pearl and give it to you." After this matter was over, the atmosphere in the hall became much more relaxed. Luo Shui asked with concern, "Master, in the past 300 years, how is the cultivation progress of the 16 junior brothers and junior sisters?" Fairy Yuqing was stunned for a moment and said indifferently, "Not 16, there are only 15 left. They are still the same. They have not made much progress in the past 300 years and are still in the martial sage realm. None of them have broken through to the divine realm. I have established the sect here for 5,000 years and taught dozens of talented disciples. But in the end, you are the only one who can break through to the divine realm." Jade Clear Heaven had a rule that regardless of whether one was a disciple or a servant, one could only enter and not leave. Unless one could break through to the divine realm, one would be qualified to go out to sea and walk outside. Luo Shui frowned and asked doubtfully, "Only 15 disciples? What happened? Did someone die prematurely?" Fairy Yuqing said with a dignified expression, "No, the 12th disciple, Wenren, violated the rules of the sect and was expelled." Luo Shui thought for a moment and asked, "Little 12? Master, are you saying that junior brother Wenren, who calls himself the Wine Sage, has been driven out of the Jade Clear Sky?" Fairy Yuqing nodded and said, "Who else could it be? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. You've just returned, so you should go into seclusion to recuperate. Wait until your injuries are healed, then you can go and guide those junior brothers and sisters." Luo Shui cupped his hands and bowed, saying that he had received the order. then bowed and retreated. Time flew by, and the years passed silently. After the Heaven Punisher tribe took over the Luoshui Divine Kingdom, they quieted down and recuperated. In the North Underworld Mountain, the great demon saints were busy selecting soldiers and generals, selecting the most elite warriors. The situation in Shenwu continent had stabilized, and it was still peaceful for the time being. The pain and haze brought about by the war gradually dissipated. 4 months passed quickly. Within the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda, in the 6th level, Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion for 16 years, and he had finally tempered his divine body into the body of the Thunder God. However, this was only the second step of tempering his divine body. He rested for a while and then continued to cultivate, tempering his divine body into the Heavenspan sword body. At this point, he had already mastered the Heavenspan sword intent. Every move he made contained a sword intent that was close to that of a deity. At his level, the sword intent was not just an imposing aura, but a power that could affect the heavens and earth. He had bitterly cultivated the path of the sword spirit, and he had integrated his sword arts into his divine body, persistently tempering his sword body. Although the cultivation process was very painful and difficult, he was not afraid of danger. However, he was not afraid of danger. He cast everything aside and relied on his powerful will to become stronger. Half a year, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, before he knew it, 15 years had passed. He had finally mastered the Heavenspan sword body. His divine body had become even taller and sturdier, and his entire body was filled with an incomparably domineering and divine aura. If one looked closely, they would discover that not only had his figure changed, but even his appearance had changed slightly. If one knew the Kenshin, they would discover that Ji Tianxing's current appearance was no different from the Kenshin of the past. Of course, this was only on the surface. The internal changes could not be seen, but they were real. He had condensed a special divine power and a special divine body, and was very close to the martial god realm. Now, his strength and methods had increased several times, and he had become mysterious and powerful. Only the last step is to condense the divine blood. As long as I successfully condense the divine blood, I will completely transform into a martial god. Ji Tianxing murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. He took out the sword of burial of heaven and entered the sword world in a flash, appearing in the sky above a deep valley. The valley, which was hundreds of miles wide, was sealed by a huge 5-colored light barrier. It was a divine rank formation, shining with 5-colored brilliance and rippling with powerful divine power. Without a doubt, it was the Kenshin's Yang tomb. Ever since Ji Tianxing discovered the Yang tomb in the sword of burial of heaven, he had not entered it. First of all, he was not strong enough to open the Yang tomb. Second, he knew very well what was hidden in the Yang tomb. Therefore, he did not need to open the Yang tomb in advance to check the situation inside. Only now, when he needed something from the Yang tomb, would he open it. A long time ago, the sword of burial of heaven had said, if Ji Tianxing could not open the Yang tomb's sealing formation, he only needed to gather the materials to restore the burial of heaven to a divine artifact. Buried heaven would be able to lend him a helping hand and help him activate the Yang tomb's sealing formation. Now, the burial of heaven had been restored to a divine artifact. Ji Tianxing had recovered most of his memories and possessed divine power. He did not need the sword of burial of heaven's help to easily open the formation. Ji Tianxing landed outside the 5-colored light barrier and formed a divine seal with both hands, sending rays of dazzling golden light into the light barrier. Immediately, the light barrier in a radius of 300 miles began to ripple, releasing a dazzling brilliance. A moment later, a wide door opened in the light barrier. Ji Tianxing finished his spell and stepped through the door, entering the formation. What appeared in front of him was a ground paved with gray bricks. 1,000 steps away was a mausoleum as large as a mountain, made entirely of black stone. In front of the mausoleum was a black tombstone that was 3,000 meters tall, with 4 large, flamboyant words written on it. It was not Tomb of Kenshin, but Life Towards Death. No one understood why these words were written on the tombstone of the Kenshin tomb. Only Ji Tianxing knew what kind of feelings he had when he carved those 4 words. Chapter 24-25. After a long time, Ji Tianxing finally withdrew his complicated gaze and suppressed the thoughts that filled his mind. He had to put aside his past life and the grudges of the upper realm for the time being. The most important thing now was to retrieve the divine blood sealed in the Yang tomb. Before he died in his past life, Kenshin had already predicted and planned for a drop of divine blood to be sealed in the Yang tomb. It was a drop of Kenshin's blood, the blood of the King of Gods. Although it was only a drop of divine blood, it contained the essence of a lifetime's bloodline. It could shake the heavens, shatter the sun, moon, and stars, and illuminate 3,000 worlds. Complex and vast memories, as well as the supreme inheritance of the path of gods, were all sealed in the divine blood. Apart from Kenshin himself, no one could unseal it. This was the escape route he left behind in his past life. Sometimes, death did not mean the end. Perhaps it was a new beginning. Ji Tianxing raised both of his palms and formed a mysterious hand seal with a profound hand seal. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The densely packed 5-colored seals fell into the enormous mausoleum like butterflies flying through flowers. The tomb made of black stone did not move at all, and there was no visible change. However, Ji Tianxing's expression did not change, and he continued to cast spells. After 100 breaths of time, he had formed 3,600 seals in succession. Every seal was different. None of them were duplicated, and there was no difference at all. Finally, the huge mausoleum reacted. Hum! In the pitch-black tomb, a 5-colored divine light surged into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. In the middle of the dazzling light, there was a drop of bright golden light, like a small sun, suspended in the air. Ji Tianxing reached out and grabbed, releasing a powerful devouring force. Whoosh! The fist-sized golden light flew out from the dazzling light and fell into his palm. He opened his palm to take a look. Amidst the golden divine light, there was a drop of golden blood. It was round like jade, crystal clear like a gem, condensed and solid, but contained a destructive aura. Ji Tianxing held the drop of golden blood tightly and turned to leave. Swoosh! A moment later he left the sword world and returned to the 6th level. After putting away the sword of burial of heaven, he began to cultivate and condense the divine blood. The golden drop of blood floated in front of him, shining with a brilliant golden light. He cast a spell and cast a seal, superimposing it on the drop of blood. The drop of blood immediately released strands of golden threads that drilled into his glabella. The strands of golden threads fused into his bloodline and immediately caused a huge change. His blood began to boil and burn with golden flames. It was rapidly shrinking and smelting. This process was extremely painful. It was as if there was a volcano hidden in his body that was about to erupt. However, Ji Tianxing had already cultivated a divine body and was able to suppress the changes in his bloodline and endure the excruciating pain. As time passed, he continued to cast spells. The Divine King's blood droplet continued to release golden threads that entered his body and fused with his bloodline. His blood gradually turned from pale gold to dark gold. His blood slowly transformed into God's blood, and his power also increased explosively. Endless memories, as well as the complex and vast inheritance of the divine Tao, merged into his soul. Ji Tianxing was immersed in the transformation, advancing toward the martial god realm. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years passed. One day after 10 years, the gem-like golden blood droplet that floated in front of Ji Tianxing was finally exhausted. At this point, he had completely refined the Divine King's blood. The blood in his body had also truly transformed into God's blood. Moreover, it was not the blood of an ordinary martial god, but the God's blood of the King of myriad gods. From then on, Ji Tianxing completed his transformation and broke through to the martial god realm. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, his life force had also reached the immortal realm, and his lifespan had broken through the limit of 10,000 years. The lifespan of an ordinary martial god was 10,000 years. He was different. He had several times longer than an ordinary martial god, reaching 60,000 years. Moreover, he was more noble than an ordinary martial god. There was a suppression from his bloodline rank. His god's blood had a natural suppression effect on all martial gods. That was an insurmountable chasm. Sush. Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. Immediately, his pupils turned golden and emitted a dazzling golden light like two scorching suns. His body also emitted a golden light that shot into the sky and was surrounded by fierce divine flames. A powerful, sacred, and dignified aura naturally spread out. After more than 10 years of waiting and suffering, after experiencing hundreds of hardships and life and death dangers, I've finally returned to the divine realm. From now on, no one in this world can stop me. In this life, even the heavenly Tao can't control my life and death. Ji Tianxing slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and roared passionately. His tone was confident and domineering, and there was a hint of anger in it. No one could understand why he said that. Only he knew. At this moment, he had truly awakened. Kenshin had returned. No, the current Ji Tianxing was far more monstrous than Kenshin back then. He was several times stronger. At the same time, in the depths of the distorted space-time, Ji Ku and Yun Yao also ended their cultivation. Previously, the two of them were cultivating in seclusion when they suddenly sensed a powerful fluctuation of divine power and a familiar god's soul aura. Both of them realized that Ji Tianxing might have changed, so they ended their cultivation. Sush, sush. After a few breaths, Yun Yao and Ji Ku flew over from the left and right and landed beside Ji Tianxing. Both of them looked at Ji Tianxing with concern and asked about the situation. Tianxing? What happened? Brother Tianxing, why do you seem to have changed into a different person? After Ji Ku's reminder, Yun Yao noticed the change in Ji Tianxing. Not only had his strength become unfathomable, but his aura was mysterious and majestic. Even his height and appearance had changed. Yun Yao was stunned. She showed an expression of disbelief and asked, Tianxing, you can't have broken through to the divine realm, right? Ji Ku also realized this. He immediately widened his eyes and stared at him without blinking as if he wanted to see through him. Seeing the two of them so surprised, Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said with a smile, counting the time, it has been more than 60 years since I started cultivating in seclusion to break through to the divine realm. Now that I've finally succeeded, it's reasonable for me to recover to the martial god realm. After getting a definite answer, Yun Yao and Ji Ku were overwhelmed with shock and cried out involuntarily. Oh my god! You really broke through to the martial god realm? You broke through to the martial god realm from the 9th level martial saint realm in just over 60 years. Such a terrifying speed of advancement is definitely unprecedented. That's great. Brother Tianxing, we've finally come to an end and we can finally take our revenge. Yun Yao and Ji Ku were both shocked and excited. Ji Tianxing was still calm. Other than feeling a little relieved, he was not excited. After all, it was not his first time breaking through to the divine realm. He carefully observed Yun Yao and Ji Ku and realized that both of them were at the limit of the martial saint realm. Chapter 24-26. Ji Tianxing inquired about Yun Yao and Ji Ku's situation. Yun Yao had been stuck at the half-step deity realm for a long time, and she had not been able to break through even after cultivating in seclusion for decades. After all, she had advanced from the tribulation realm to the martial sage realm, and now to the half-step deity realm. She had relied on refining god pearls to increase her strength. Although this method allowed her to increase her strength quickly, the drawbacks were also very obvious. Now that she did not have the help of god pearls, she had to spend a long time polishing and stabilizing her strength before she could break through. As for Ji Ku, her problem was somewhat similar to Yun Yao's. She had also absorbed the demon god's inheritance in a very short period of time and quickly reached the half-step deity realm. Therefore, she also faced the same predicament of lacking stamina and a lack of foundation. After understanding the two situation, Ji Tianxing deliberated for a moment before making a decision. Cuckoo, what you lack the most right now is strength and foundation. Therefore, you have to stay here and continue to cultivate in seclusion to comprehend the demon god's path. Even if the cultivation process is very boring, you have to persevere. Once you fully comprehend the 9-rotation undying technique, you will be able to break through naturally. After Ji heard this, she nodded seriously and said, Brother Tianxing, don't worry. I will definitely comprehend the deity technique as soon as possible and break through to the deity realm as soon as possible. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and gave her a few words of encouragement. He then said to Yun Yao, Yao Yao, your situation is special. There is not much point in continuing to cultivate in seclusion in the tower. Now, we should leave the tower and explore the outside world. If we can find a god pearl, your problem will be easily solved. Yun Yao nodded and said with a worried expression, I understand, but the Shenwu continent is vast and boundless. We don't have any clues, so how can we find a god pearl? Ji Tianxing smiled and explained, You don't have to worry about this problem. I will send the disciples of Tianzhu Mountain to investigate and find clues about the god pearl. If there is no other way, we will ask Luo Shui. She has been planning for this for many years, so she must have grasped a lot of clues. Perhaps she knows where the divine orb is hidden. Yun Yao thought for a while. Her face softened as she smiled. That's true. We could find those divine pearls because of the clues and help the God Lord had given us. After the discussion, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao left the celestial pagoda together. Ji Ku remained on the 6th level and continued to comprehend the 9-rotation indestructible mantra. Shua. With a flash of golden light, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao appeared at the peak of the barren mountain outside the divine pagoda at the same time. It was late at night. What was rare was that the sky, which had been shrouded by gray clouds all year round, was now clear and bright. The night sky was filled with sparkling stars, and a bright full moon hung in the sky, sprinkling down boundless silver light. The cool night breeze blew, blowing Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's clothes, making them feel comfortable. At this moment, the originally spotless night sky was suddenly filled with violent winds. Shwa shwa shwa. The shocking wind broke the silence between heaven and earth, blowing tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Even the stars and moon in the night sky shone with dazzling brilliance, becoming more than 10 times brighter. Shwa. In the next moment, endless starlight poured down from the sky like the water of the Milky Way, releasing the most dazzling starlight. Sacred golden light also gushed out from under the ground, as if billions of golden lotuses had left the ground and flew into the night sky. The sudden phenomenon of heaven and earth caused Yun Yao to be stunned. She revealed an expression of disbelief. Ji Tianxing seemed to have expected this. He just kept smiling and was not surprised. Soon, the magnificent phenomenon of the heavens and earth changed again. The water of the Milky Way that fell from the sky condensed into 9 dragon shadows that were tens of thousands of miles long, circling and soaring in the night sky. Endless golden lotuses gushed out from the ground and floated in the night sky like lanterns, intertwining with each other to form mysterious patterns. With Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao as the center, the area within hundreds of thousands of miles was enveloped by the sacred light, as if it was a divine kingdom. Such a powerful phenomenon could be seen clearly from tens of thousands of miles away. Even the entire ruins of God could see it clearly. The person who caused such a change in the weather was Ji Tianxing. After a long time, Yun Yao withdrew her amazed gaze and turned to Ji Tianxing beside her. She was a little emotional and asked with a burning gaze, Tianxing, this is the phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by your breakthrough to the martial god realm, right? Ji Tianxing nodded with a smile and explained, That's right. Although I've broken through to the martial god realm for some time, I was in the divine pagoda before, and the divine pagoda blocked the detection of the heavenly Tao. Now that I've left the divine pagoda and returned to the 5 elements world, the phenomenon of heaven and earth is late. After receiving his confirmation, Yun Yao understood the reason and said with emotion, Billions of stars moved for you, releasing starlight that filled the sky and forming 9 star dragon shadows. Even the ground surged out billions of golden lotuses and bloomed between heaven and earth. Such a strange and brilliant phenomenon of heaven and earth is truly unimaginable. It has never been seen before. Tianxing, does this mean that you are the most unique martial god in this world? Tianxing thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Perhaps. At least, I'm Tianxing and not Kenshin. Yun Yao held his arm and smiled as she looked at the sky full of golden lotuses and 9 dragon shadows. Her eyes were filled with happiness and anticipation. At the same time, in the depths of sky sea, jade pure heaven, the door to a secret chamber deep in jade pure palace slowly opened. Ka. After the heavy stone door opened, a graceful ice blue figure walked out. This person was Luo Shui. Her expression and aura had returned to their usual noble and cold state, and her eyes were as deep as the starry sky. She stepped through the passage and arrived at the main hall of Jade Pure Palace. In the cold and quiet main hall, the hall was filled with bright and dazzling lights. Fairy Yuqing, who was dressed in an ivory dress and had white hair that reached the ground, was leaning on the throne and taking a nap. She slowly opened her eyes when she heard footsteps. She did not need to turn her head to know that it was Luo Shui. Luo Shui walked to the front of the throne and bowed. Disciple greets master. Jade Pure Fairy slowly turned to look at her and asked with a kind expression, Luo Shui, have your injuries healed? Luo Shui cupped her hands and replied, Master, disciple has been recuperating for several months. My injuries have healed and are no longer a problem. Jade Pure Fairy nodded and said calmly, Since that's the case, stay in Jade Pure Heaven for a few more days and go see your junior brothers and sisters. However, Luo Shui shook her head. Master, there's no need for that. The current situation in Shenwu continent is unpredictable. Every day that we delay will add another variable to the situation. Disciple is here to bid farewell to you. Bid farewell? Jade Pure Fairy frowned and asked doubtfully, You're preparing to leave today? Where do you plan to go? What are you going to do? Luo Shui was silent for a moment before replying solemnly, Naturally, I'm going to the ruins of God to take back what I should have obtained 3,000 years ago. Chapter 24-27. Luo Shui's words caused the atmosphere in the hall to become solemn. Fairy Yuqing was silent and slowly sat up. She looked at Luo Shui with a dignified gaze and said in a low voice, I understand your nature. It seems that you have made all the preparations. Luo Shui was not afraid at all. He looked at her firmly and nodded, Yes. Fairy Yuqing asked, You have to know that it is an ancient taboo. You and I are not qualified to touch the realm and power. If the plan fails, you will be reduced to ashes. If it is light, you might lose yourself and your soul will be destroyed. Even so, you can accept it calmly? Luo Shui answered without hesitation, Master, you know that I have no other choice. This world was truly too rotten and rotten. Only by picking up the ancient taboo and reproducing the light of the goddess can we change the world. Fairy Yuqing nodded slightly and said earnestly, I have long guessed that you would think so. Therefore, I have already made preparations and arranged for the funeral. I will go with you. Luo Shui frowned and shook his head. Master, why do you have to do this? I have already made preparations. You don't have to take the risk. Fairy Yuqing stood up and sneered self-deprecatingly. Thousands of years ago, when I was unhindered in the world, I was called a fairy. But fairies are immortal and retain their youth forever. Who has ever seen a white-haired fairy like me, who looks like an old fairy? I only have less than 2,000 years left in my 10,000-year lifespan. Even if I stay in Jade Clear Heaven, I can only wait year after year for death to come. Life has long lost its meaning. At this point, Fairy Yuqing restrained her self-deprecating smile and said calmly, Moreover, you are not a match for Old Man God Ruins. If I don't send you off, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. Luo Shui pursed his lips and considered carefully for a moment before nodding. In that case, I thank Master. Master, don't worry. As long as my plan succeeds, I can change the world and obtain the mystery of ascension. At that time, You will no longer have to be trapped in jade clear heaven and can leave this world. Fairy Yuqing nodded slightly and raised her sleeve to brush the blue pool on the table. Immediately, an azure light surged out of the small pool and condensed into an oval light door that was more than 10 feet tall in front of her. Let's go. As she spoke, Fairy Yuqing stepped into the icy blue light door. Luo Shui quickly nodded and stepped into the light door. In the next moment, the icy blue light door and Fairy Yuqing and Luo Shui disappeared. With a flash of light, the two of them appeared outside the jade-clear sky, in the boundless sky sea. Moreover, it was in the bottomless, pitch-black whirlpool that was 10,000 miles in radius. The two of them stood in the dark space, surrounded by rapidly surging walls of whirlpools of water. Below his feet was the end of the vortex, the endless darkness. Even though the vortex released a terrifying suction force, the two of them stood at the bottom of the vortex and endured the most powerful suppression. However, the two of them remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Luo Shui looked up at the sky above the vortex and transmitted a message to Fairy Yuqing. Master, it will take at least a month to return to the Shenwu continent from here. Don't you have a boundless flying ship? We should be able to travel faster with that divine artifact, right? Fairy Yuqing had no intention of taking out the flying ship. She looked down at the darkness at the bottom of the vortex and said faintly, Luo Shui, ever since you can remember, didn't you always ask me where this sea leads to? Luo Shui was stunned for a moment and chuckled, Master, why do you remember those old memories? Everyone knows that the Heavenly Sea is the most mysterious and unfathomable forbidden area. It is even more mysterious and dangerous than the ruins of God. This sea is just a relatively large vortex. It most likely leads to the underground and allows the seawater to flow to other sea areas. Fairy Yuqing looked at her with a deep gaze and shook her head gently. She said solemnly, No, it's not. This sea is actually the end of the world. The end of the world? Luo Shui was stunned and said with a stunned expression, Master, the entire world is a huge star. The star is round, so how can there be an end? Fairy Yuqing shook her head again and said, It's not the kind of end you think, but the ruins of God. What? Luo Shui's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. The bottom of this sea is actually connected to the ruins of God? How is this possible? The ruins of God is in the north of the Shenwu continent, and this place is tens of millions of kilometers away from the Shenwu continent. Could it be that there is a space-time passage under the sea? Fairy Yuqing nodded and explained calmly, For thousands of years, I have entered the sea to explore the end of the vortex and where it leads to. But I failed every time, and the injuries I suffered each time were more serious than the last. As a result, I gradually gave up on investigating and strictly ordered you not to explore so as to avoid losing your lives. I see. Luo Shui revealed an expression of sudden realization and nodded. No wonder you clearly wrote in the sect rules that you are not allowed to enter the bottom of the sea. However, Master, you failed every time you explored the sea. How did you know that this place leads to the ruins of God? Fairy Yuqing explained with an indifferent expression. Half a year ago, before you returned, I entered seclusion. After my seclusion, I have mastered a divine ability, but I have yet to break through to the next realm. I've already lived for 8,000 years, so I've long grown tired of living. If I could not ascend, there was no point in continuing to live. Therefore, I entered the sea with my last glimmer of hope. I relied on that divine ability and secret technique to successfully pass through the divine power restriction and enter the space-time passage. At this point, the corners of Fairy Yuqing's mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile and said, I originally thought that the end of the space-time passage would lead to the deepest part of the ground. Perhaps I would discover the greatest secret of this world, or obtain a peerless divine item in the Earth's core, such as the legendary divine fruit, but I did not expect to arrive at the ruins of God in the blink of an eye. Everyone says that the ruins of God and the Sky Sea are the two most mysterious and dangerous forbidden areas. In fact, the The sky sea is even above the ruins of God. But I now understand that the ruins of God is the most mysterious forbidden area. If the five elements world is extraordinary and there is really some heaven-shaking mystery, then it must be in the ruins of God. Luo Shui thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. That is indeed the case. For example, the cemetery of the gods guarded by the old man of the ruins of God is the world's greatest secret. Fairy Yuqing nodded slightly and did not say anything more. She raised her hands with a solemn expression and formed a mysterious divine art. She absorbed the power of the sky sea and condensed a faint golden light barrier to protect her and Luo Shui. Then, she brought Luo Shui down and quickly disappeared into the darkness, swallowed by the sea eye. Chapter 24-28. In the depths of the ruins of God. On the vast land, there were endless mountain ranges. The sky was always overcast and covered by thick gray clouds. There was not much greenery in the mountains and rivers. All that could be seen was a scene of desolation and decay. At this moment, in a dark and deep valley, a dazzling icy blue light suddenly shone from the ground. Swoosh! With a flash of light, two graceful figures emerged from the ground. These two women were Fairy Yuqing and Luo Shui. The two of them stood in the night sky and looked around. Fairy Yuqing looked around and her gaze fell on the night sky in the north. She pointed to the night sky hundreds of miles away and said calmly, "We're here." Luo Shui looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a silver-white full moon floating in the night sky 500 miles away. Upon closer inspection, one would find that it was not a real full moon. It was a jade-colored stone platform that was as big as a mountain. Luo Shui nodded and muttered in a low voice, "That's the ancient viewing platform. This place is not far from the entrance of the cemetery of the gods." Fairy Yuqing remained silent. She secretly released her divine sense and spread it in all directions. Immediately, a radius of 10,000 miles was enveloped by her divine sense. Her soul consciousness was very meticulous. Even the slightest abnormality in heaven and earth couldn't escape her notice. After a few breaths, Fairy Yuqing found her target and said in a deep voice, "Follow me." She brought Luo Shui and flew through the night sky, flying 8,000 miles towards the northwest before stopping at the peak of a mountain that was 10,000 feet high. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. She formed hand seals with both hands and sent out thousands of strands of five-colored divine light into the mountain peak under her feet. Immediately, thousands of strands of divine power drilled into the ground, causing a subtle change. Luo Shui knew that Fairy Yuqing understood the ruins of God better than her, so she stood at the side and watched quietly. After about 10 breaths of time, Fairy Yuqing suddenly stopped. Luo Shui looked at the mountain peak under her feet. There did not seem to be any changes and she could not help but frown. At this moment, Fairy Yuqing looked at the night sky with a burning gaze and said in a playful tone, "Old ghost, since you've already woken up, why don't you show yourself?" As her voice fell, a figure gradually appeared in the night sky thousands of feet away. It was a tall and sturdy figure, wearing a wide black robe. His body was translucent, and it was hard to tell if he was real or not. Judging from his physique, he was a 2-meter-tall man. His body was covered by a black robe and his face was covered by a cloak, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Only a pair of large, yellowed palms could be seen from the wide sleeves of his robe. His skin was as old as the bark of an ancient tree. Evidently, this black-robed man was an old man. It was none other than the guardian of the ancient ruins of God. He stood quietly in the night sky, but no one could sense his divine power or soul aura. It was as if he had become one with the world. He stared at Fairy Yuqing on the mountain peak and said in a low voice, "Old witch, I haven't seen you for 3,000 years. I didn't expect you to still be alive. This old man told you long ago not to have any ideas about the cemetery of the gods. Why did you come again?" Without a doubt, Old Man Godly Ruins and Fairy Yuqing were old acquaintances. After all, the two of them were the oldest martial god experts in the world. Fairy Yuqing chuckled and said in a mocking tone, "Old man, you're not dead yet. How can this old woman walk in front of you? Since you already know why I'm here, there's no need for me to waste my breath on you. Tell me, how can I enter the cemetery of the gods? Old Man Godly Ruins said in a low and cold voice, only I can open the entrance to the cemetery of the gods. No matter how strong the others are, it's useless. Fairy Yuqing nodded and said with a playful smile, in that case, this old woman only needs to defeat you, right? Old Man Godly Ruins still did not move and did not have much of a reaction. He neither refuted nor agreed. Looking at Luo Shui who was beside Fairy Yuqing, he asked, Old Witch, why did you bring Luo Shui here? Fairy Yuqing chuckled and said, she's the one who wants to enter the cemetery of the gods. I'm just accompanying her. Old Man Godly Ruins was silent for a moment, and said with anger in his voice, Old Witch, do you want me to break the rules? Every peerless genius who hasn't become a god has a chance to enter the cemetery of the gods and perhaps obtain the inheritance of an ancient god. 3,000 years ago, before Luo Shui became a god, she entered the cemetery of the gods once. However, she didn't obtain any inheritance. Now that she's already a martial god, what's the use of entering the cemetery of the gods again? This time, without waiting for Fairy Yuqing to answer, Luo Shui took a step forward and stepped forward. She bowed to Old Man Godly Ruins and explained, Senior, it's not that I didn't obtain any inheritance when I entered the cemetery of the gods 3,000 years ago. It's just that what I obtained involves an ancient taboo and is of great importance. With my strength and methods back then, it's impossible for me to succeed. That's why I endured until now and came back to take back what I obtained back then. Luo Shui's words clearly stunned Old Man Godly Ruins. Ancient taboo? Obtained back then? After a moment of silence, Old Man Godly Ruins asked in a serious tone, could it be that the ancient taboo you're talking about is Goddess Yaoguang? Luo Shui nodded solemnly. That's impossible. Old Man Godly Ruins subconsciously shook his head, unable to accept this result. Luo Shui, this old man is very clear about your background and bloodline talent. Even if you go back 10 generations, you have no connection with Goddess Yaoguang. Fairy Yuqing immediately frowned and revealed a displeased expression. She shouted in a deep voice, Old ghost, what nonsense are you talking about? Goddess Yaoguang is the holy mother of the human race. All humans in the world can be said to be her descendants. How can there be no connection at all? Moreover, the inheritance of the divine Tao is about opportunity and talent. What does it have to do with bloodline? Old Man Godly Ruins still refused to believe it and said, that's just an ordinary god. How can an ancient goddess like Yaoguang? Fairy Yuqing couldn't be bothered to listen to him and shouted with a cold expression, cut the crap. This old one will fight with you now and see if you've improved in the past few thousand years. Old Man Godly Ruins sighed faintly. Old witch, this is meaningless. Even if she enters the graveyard of the gods, she will return empty-handed. Fairy Yuqing was stubborn and sneered. As long as she can enter the graveyard of the gods, whether or not she can take back Goddess Yaoguang's inheritance is her business. After saying that, she formed a seal with both hands. Her left hand moved and her right hand formed a sword finger and pointed at Old Man Godly Ruins. Old ghost, take this void transformation divine palm. Following Fairy Yuqing's cold shout, a giant palm the size of a mountain suddenly appeared in the night sky. It contained 30,000 miles of heaven and earth power and fiercely slammed down. No progress at all. Old Man Godly Ruins shouted indifferently. He raised his wide robe sleeve and punched at the 5-colored giant palm. Kaboom! The fist and palm collided and exploded with an earth-shaking boom. Instantly, hundreds of miles of the night sky was shattered into pieces and turned into void. Chapter 24-29. The battle between the martial god realm experts was utterly destructive. Even if it was just the aftermath of the battle, it could destroy everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. Those below the martial god realm were not even qualified to watch the battle. Fairy Yuqing flew high into the sky and waved her palms repeatedly, sending out 5-colored divine light that covered the sky and earth. Old Man Godly Ruins stood in the sky, his sleeves fluttering as his palms activated the vast power of heaven and earth to fight with her. The two peerless powerhouses were the oldest martial gods in the world, and also the strongest powerhouses with the deepest strength and foundation. The two of them had the power to split mountains and rivers and destroy heaven and earth with every move they made. All kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques were at their fingertips, and there were no repetitions even after hundreds of moves. However, after the two of them exchanged 300 moves, the area within a radius of 30,000 miles was razed to the ground. The rolling mountain range had turned into ruins, and the sky was covered by endless smoke and dust. Only the ancient and mysterious ancient viewing platform was floating alone in the sky, undamaged. Seeing this scene, Fairy Yuqing and Old Man Godly Ruins temporarily stopped fighting. Fairy Yuqing glanced at the ruins under her feet and said to Old Man Godly Ruins, "Old man, we have to change places, or your nest will be destroyed." Old Man Godly Ruins sneered confidently, "What a joke! The place where I live is the cemetery of the gods. Who can destroy it?" Although he said so, he still waved his palm and tore open the sky, opening a wide void crack. Swoosh! With a flash, he stepped into the void crack and entered the endless darkness. Fairy Yuqing followed closely behind and entered the void. The two of them faced each other in the endless darkness. After accumulating their aura and divine power, they began to fight again. Luo Shui did not stay in the godly ruins. She also passed through the void crack and came to the void to watch the battle. She knew very well that there was no enmity between her master and Old Man Godly Ruins. Instead, they sympathized with each other and appreciated each other. Although the two of them were fighting, it was just a spar. Therefore, she was not worried about Fairy Yuqing's safety at all, and would never interfere in this battle. Time passed silently. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. Old Man Godly Ruins and Fairy Yuqing had exchanged tens of thousands of moves in the void. The two of them performed all kinds of divine abilities and ultimate skills over and over again. The situation gradually became clear. The old man of the divine ruins was clearly inferior. His entire body was covered in wounds, and he was in a sorry state. On the other hand, apart from her messy hair bun and a few wounds on her body, Fairy Yuqing did not show any signs of defeat. However, it was still very difficult for Fairy Yuqing to defeat Old Man God. At the very least, it was impossible to do so in the short term. Seeing that the two of them were still fighting back and forth, Luo Shui opened his mouth and said, "Senior, you and Master are old acquaintances. Although you are not friends, you are closer than friends. In this spar, the two of you should stop when it's appropriate. You must not be injured because of this and harm the harmony. Moreover, I'm entering the graveyard of the gods this time not only for myself, but also for this world and all the martial gods, martial saints, and martial artists. Heaven and earth had already decayed, and this world was also filthy and chaotic. Only the appearance of an unimaginable ancient power could break the seal of the world. For the sake of the world, for the well-being of the common people, for the sake of all martial artists to seek the path of ascension. Senior, this junior is begging you, for the sake of the common people and martial artists of the world, please think more." Luo Shui's expression was solemn and his tone was sincere. When Old Man God heard this, he was indeed moved and his attacks slowed down. On the other side, Fairy Yuqing noticed that he was hesitating and said with a frown, "Old ghost, don't be so wishy-washy. If you want to fight, then fight to your heart's content. I've long had nothing left to live for. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. Just attack with all your strength. I don't need you to deliberately give in. That would be a humiliation to me." A martial god expert had the dignity and decency of a martial god expert. Especially a peerless expert like Fairy Yuqing who had dominated an era, she had even more pride and ambition. Old Man God was silent and did not respond to Luo Shui and Fairy Yuqing's words. However, he was clearly much more serious. He used all his strength to use his divine abilities and secret techniques to fight with Fairy Yuqing. The battle between the two became even more intense. Loud sounds rang out continuously in the void as five-colored divine light burst out in all directions. Luo Shui secretly frowned and muttered to himself, "Sigh. Master's temper is really too stubborn. Senior's heart has already softened. Why bother to provoke him?" Unknowingly, 24 hours had passed. Fairy Yuqing and Old Man God Ruins had fought for an entire day. They had consumed 60 to 70% of their divine power and were much weaker. Moreover, Old Man God Ruins' injuries were even more serious. Not only was his black robe tattered and ragged, even the cloak he was wearing had a few holes in it, vaguely revealing an old and dignified face and a wisp of white beard. His injuries were slightly more serious. There were traces of blood left in his mouth and nose, and there were deep wounds on his chest and back. Fairy Yuqing was also heavily injured and looked rather wretched. However, in comparison, her injuries were slightly lighter. At this point, the outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. Both of them used all their strength and used their strongest killing moves to begin the battle. Ancient Time Rush, Space-Time Tide. Old Man God Ruins waved his palms and struck out a dazzling white light that covered the sky and earth. It superimposed into a monstrous wave that slammed towards Fairy Yuqing. That mysterious dazzling light contained the power of time and space. In the dazzling white wave, the sun and moon alternated and the scene of the vicissitudes of time could be vaguely seen. Fairy Yuqing was not to be outdone. She gritted her teeth and raised her palms, slamming them towards Old Man God Ruins. 1,000 evolutions of the great Tao, one in heaven and earth. Vast and mighty five-colored divine light spewed out from her seemingly weak palms, forming 5 pillars of light that penetrated the heavens and earth. They contained an incomparably powerful divine power of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the 5 pillars of divine power slammed into the space-time wave, causing a loud explosion that shook the heavens. Although it was difficult to transmit sound in the void. However, the destructive shockwaves brought about terrifying vibrations that caused the surrounding space to become chaotic. Luo Shui, who was watching the battle from 1,000 miles away, was pushed back 100 miles by the shock wave, her face pale. She revealed a look of surprise and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the true strength of Old Man God Ruins and Master? It's actually so terrifying?" Although Master is only at the 8th level of the martial god realm, the divine power she used just now can only be used by a 9th level martial god, right? While feeling surprised, Luo Shui stared intently at the void. Her gaze pierced through the endless 5-colored dazzling light, searching for the figures of Fairy Yuqing and Old Man God Ruins. After a long time, when the 5-colored dazzling light gradually dissipated and the void slowly returned to normal, she finally saw the appearance of the 2 peerless experts. Fairy Yuqing's clothes were ragged and her hair was disheveled as she stood in the void. She was bent over and coughing. 300 miles away, Old Man God Ruins in a black robe stood quietly in the void. Chapter 2430. Seeing this scene, Luo Shui was stunned. Master and Senior Ruins who won? On the surface, Old Man God's reaction was very calm, and Fairy Yuqing's injuries seemed to be more serious. But Luo Shui felt that the result should not be like this. As expected. A moment later, Fairy Yuqing raised her sleeve to wipe the blood off her face and spoke. She looked at Old Man God with a complicated expression and transmitted her voice. "Old Ghost, it seems that I have won this battle. However, I won very unhappily. Why did you hold back? Let me tell you, even if you go all out, I can still defeat you fair and square." Old Man God stood quietly in the void, his figure flickering. He looked at Fairy Yuqing calmly and said in a low voice, "No, you have indeed won. It's not that I deliberately gave in, but that you are indeed stronger. Defeating me has been your long-cherished wish for 5,000 years. Now that your wish has been fulfilled, I want to congratulate you. You should be happy." Fairy Yuqing's face was filled with anger as she pretended to be fierce and shouted coldly, "Old thing, don't play this game with me. Don't think that I will forgive you just because you gave in like this. Don't even think about it. It's impossible in this lifetime. Luo Shui, who was thousands of miles away, could not help but frown when she heard the conversation between her master and old man god. Strange, what's wrong with master? Could it be that there is some grudge between her and Senior Ruins? That's not right. Judging from master's expression and tone, it doesn't seem like she has any enmity with Senior Ruins, but more like… Of course, women understood women the best. Luo Shui could see that Fairy Yuqing's expression and reaction were clearly a little strange. But this was a matter between the elders, so she could not ask. At this time, Old Man God said calmly, "Don't waste time, I admit defeat and will now open the cemetery of the gods for Luo Shui." With that, Old Man God stepped through the void and returned to the Five Elements world. Luo Shui hurriedly flew to Fairy Yuqing's side and helped her leave the void. Although Fairy Yuqing had won, it was not easy and she had also suffered heavy injuries. An apologetic expression appeared on Luo Shui's face as he blamed himself. "Master, this disciple has implicated you and caused you to be heavily injured." Fairy Yuqing waved her hand and said kindly, "The old man's strength and means are actually above mine. If I don't pay this price, how can I win you the chance to enter the graveyard of the gods? This kind of injury is nothing to me. I'll be fine after a few decades of recuperation." As they spoke, the two of them left the void and returned to the ruins of God. Old Man Godly Ruins was standing in the air above the ruins, looking down at the huge pit below. He took out a mysterious stone the size of a palm from his interspatial ring and formed a seal with his right hand. The stone was pitch black, and its surface was mottled with vicissitudes. It was obviously an ancient relic, and it emitted a cold aura of death. Luo Shui noticed this and was just about to observe the black stone. Old Man Godly Ruins had already finished casting his spell and put away the black stone. Shwa! In the huge pit in the ruins, a black door of light appeared out of thin air, exuding an ancient and vigorous aura. Old Man Godly Ruins stood by the door and turned his head to look at Luo Shui. He said calmly, "Luo Shui, go in." Luo Shui flew to his side and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your help, Senior. I'll remember this for the rest of my life." After bowing, she turned to look at Fairy Yuqing. Fairy Yuqing took out a walnut-sized, sparkling and translucent white ball of light from her interspatial ring and handed it to Luo Shui. "Luo Shui, take this divine light pearl and you'll have hope of entering the tomb of the goddess and getting what you want. Remember, if you can't do it, don't force it." Luo Shui nodded solemnly and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Master. I know what's important." With that, she held the divine light pearl with both hands and turned to step into the door of light. Shwa! With a flash, the black door of light dissipated, and Luo Shui's figure also disappeared. Old Man Godly Ruins and Fairy Yuqing retracted their gazes and looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Old Man Godly Ruins asked, "According to ancient legends, this world was sealed by the gods of the upper realm and was abandoned by them. But you found out that the person who sealed this world was Goddess Yaoguang. So, you did everything you could to investigate the legend of the goddess and collect the divine light pearl. You want to use the divine light pearl to revive Goddess Yaoguang and unlock the seal of this world?" Fairy Yuqing frowned as a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, "Old ghost, although I didn't intend to hide it from you, you guessed our intentions with just a few words. It's indeed unbelievable. However, your guess isn't entirely correct. The person who came up with this idea and made this plan wasn't me, but Luo Shui." Old Man Godly Ruins said in a serious tone, "You're playing with fire. The slightest mistake and you'll be smashed to pieces." Fairy Yuqing smiled and said indifferently, "That's right, we're indeed walking on the edge of death. If we're not careful, we'll fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. But if we don't do this, if we don't try and struggle, what can we do? Accept our fate? Wait for the 10,000 years to pass and turn into bones and sand?" Old Man Godly Ruins fell silent and didn't say anything else. Fairy Yuqing also calmed down and said in a gentle tone, "Old ghost, your injuries are very serious. Go and recuperate." Old Man Godly Ruins nodded and said, "This trip to Luo Shui will take at least 10 days to half a month, and at most half a year to a year. You don't have to wait here, go and recuperate. You don't have to worry." Fairy Yuqing rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, Fairy Yuqing disappeared at the end of the ruins. However, she didn't go far. She hid in the ruins of God and found a secluded place to recuperate. Old Man Godly Ruins stood in place for a moment and sighed silently before his figure gradually disappeared. At the same time, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were riding on the glazed fire dragon and flying thousands of feet high in the sky. The two of them had left the divine pagoda for 5 days and had now flown out of the ruins of God and were rushing to the Luo Shui divine kingdom. 100,000 miles ahead was the border of the Luo Shui divine kingdom. Ji Tianxing stood on the back of the dragon and looked ahead with a solemn expression. Yun Yao stood side by side with him and said with a worried expression, "When we were cultivating in seclusion, the heaven-conquering army had already occupied half of the Luo Shui divine kingdom. Now that several months have passed, I wonder how the battle is going? Can the Luo Shui divine kingdom still hold on?" Ji Tianxing shook his head and said in a low voice, "The building is about to collapse, and a single tree can't support it. With Luo Shui alone, she definitely can't protect the Luo Shui divine kingdom. Moreover, I sent 2 messages to Luo Shui. But 2 days have passed and she still hasn't replied to me. I don't know what happened to her." Chapter 2431. The Divine Master is powerful. Even if the Holy Kingdom is destroyed, she will be fine. Luo Shui said solemnly. He was comforting Ji Tianxing and himself. Ji Tianxing thought for a while and said, "When we reach the border of the Luo Shui Holy Kingdom, let's stop for a while. Let me sneak into the city and find out more about the situation before we make a decision." Luo Shui nodded in agreement. That's how it should be. We have been in seclusion in the Holy Pagoda and have lost contact with the outside world. We don't know what has happened in the past 6 months. Now that we can't contact the Divine Master, we can only do this." 6 hours later, the Glaze Fire Dragon flew 100,000 miles and arrived at the border of the Luo Shui Holy Kingdom. Ji Tianxing found a main city and snuck in alone to find out more information. Yun Yao and the Glaze Fire Dragon stayed 500 miles away from the city and waited patiently. The war had ended and the border of the Holy Kingdom was stable. When Ji Tianxing entered the city, he didn't even feel any dangerous aura. Looking around, the city was bustling with activity and people were everywhere. The soldiers guarding the city gate were all human martial artists. However, when Ji Tianxing snuck into the city, he found that the city was under the control of the Heaven Punisher tribe. There were more than a dozen martial sage realm soldiers guarding the city and they had enslaved all the people and martial artists in the city. Ji Tianxing did not waste time and went to assassinate the soldiers of the Heaven Punisher tribe. He found more than a dozen human martial artists and used the soul-searching technique or threats to force them to give him more information. These human martial artists were the generals guarding the city, the guards of the city governor's mansion, and the leaders of the martial artists in the city. They knew a lot. After an hour, Ji Tianxing left with a gloomy face. Swoosh! He flew across the sky and landed on the back of the Glaze Fire Dragon. Yun Yao had been waiting for a long time. When she saw that he had finally returned, she quickly went up to him to ask about the situation. "Tianxing, have you found out anything? How is the situation?" Ji Tianxing nodded solemnly. Seeing his strange expression, Yun Yao immediately had a bad premonition. She asked, "Could it be that, we guessed it right? The divine nation has been destroyed?" Ji Tianxing nodded again and said calmly, "Not long after we went into seclusion, the heaven-conquering army invaded 3 empires in the south. Not long after, Luo Shui was also killed by the dragon-subduing general. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and the result was unknown. However, ever since then, Luo Shui had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Later on, the remaining 2 empires also announced their surrender. The entire Luo Shui divine kingdom had fallen into the hands of the Heaven Punishers. Now that the war has subsided for a few months, The situation in Scandinavia is gradually stabilizing. Yun Yao had expected this. However, when she heard the news with her own ears, she was still filled with grief and indignation, and her heart was heavy. How could this be? How could the Heaven Punisher race be this powerful? The god nation was destroyed, and even the divine master was missing? No wonder she didn't reply when we sent her a message. Seeing Yun Yao's grief, Ji Tianxing held her hand and gently patted her back. Don't worry. With Luo Shui's strength, even if she couldn't defeat the dragon-subduing general, she wouldn't have died. She was most likely heavily injured and went into seclusion to recuperate. When she recovers, she will naturally contact us. Apart from this, there was another major event that happened 3 months ago. Yun Yao immediately frowned and asked in confusion, "What other thing?" Ji Tianxing said indifferently, "The demon race of the North Underworld Mountain was unwilling to be left out. They sent out an army of millions of demon race soldiers to wage war against the vast divine kingdom." What? Yun Yao was stunned and asked in disbelief, "The Heaven Punishers just invaded the Luo Shui divine kingdom, and now the demon race is attacking the vast divine kingdom? Didn't the demon race suffer a great loss after their defeat a few years ago? Where did they get their confidence from? Could it be that they have reached an agreement with the Heaven Punishers and have some sort of agreement or plan?" Ji Tianxing nodded and sneered. "The current situation of the continent is very clear. Perhaps it is as you have guessed, that the demon race and the Heaven Punishers are in cahoots. After all, they are all savage and bloodthirsty demons who are good at war and invading. But don't forget that the ancestral demon god and martial god Tianju have long been in cahoots with each other." Yun Yao immediately understood and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder the demon race has the confidence to wage war. It seems that they have the help of martial god Tianju. The Heaven Punishers invaded the Luo Shui divine kingdom, the demon race invaded the vast divine kingdom, and martial god Tianju was in the middle. If the demon race succeeds, they will split the continent into 3 and control it." After a pause, she asked again, "Tianxing, what should we do now? Should we continue to head to the Luo Shui divine kingdom and assassinate the powerhouses of the Heaven Punishers? Or should we rush to the vast divine kingdom and stop the demon race's invasion?" Ji Tianxing said without hesitation, "The Luo Shui divine kingdom is already under the control of the Heaven Punishers, and the situation has stabilized. Even if we assassinate the powerhouses of the Heaven Punishers, it will be meaningless. After all, without the Luo Shui divine kingdom, the people might not gather to resist. Our top priority is to rush to the vast divine kingdom and help them. We cannot let the demon race succeed." "All right." Yun Yao hurriedly nodded in agreement. "The demon race has only been at war for a few months. They are not as strong as the Heaven Punishers, so they should not be advancing so quickly." The two of them made up their minds and did not waste any more time. They urged the glass fire dragon to rush to the vast divine kingdom. Half a month later, the glass fire dragon arrived at the border of the vast divine kingdom. After 8 years, Ji Tianxing returned to this land once again, and he could not help but sigh with emotion. He still remembered that when he had left the vast divine kingdom, he had not yet awakened Kenshin's memories and was still bitterly searching for Yun Yao's whereabouts. At that time, he had only been at the primordial spirit realm, and he had just made a name for himself and was hailed as the vast divine kingdom's most talented disciple. Now, in just 8 short years, he had already reached the peak of the martial way and stepped into the martial god realm. In this world, other than the ancestor fiend god, there was no other person as monstrous as him. In the evening, the glass fire dragon flew near a main city. This main city was located between 2 mountain ranges and was above a canyon. It was a stronghold on the border. However, as early as 3 months ago, this main city was occupied by the demon race. There were still traces of the great battle both inside and outside the city. A large number of demon race warriors were stationed near the tall city gates. The majestic city walls were damaged in many places, and the ground in the city was cracked. Many ruins were left behind. In the canyon outside the city walls, bones and corpses were scattered all over the ground, piling up into a small mountain. There were only a few 100,000 people who were fortunate enough to survive in the city. However, they had all been enslaved by the demon race and were forced to work like the lowest livestock. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's faces darkened, and intense killing intent burst forth from their bodies. Chapter 24:32. Swish, swish, swish. The 4-foot-long Heavenburier sword shuttled through the crowd at an extremely fast speed, emitting a sharp sound as it tore through the air. One by one, the demon warriors were pierced through their heads by the burial of Heaven Sword. They died on the spot and fell to the ground. Flowers of blood blossomed in the sky one after another, as if it was raining blood. Many demons panicked, letting out painful and frightened roars as they fled in all directions. However, no one could stop the assassination of the burial of Heaven Sword. Anyone who was targeted by the sword energy would die without a doubt. Yun Yao wielded the shadowless dual swords and was on a killing spree in the city. The two swords danced, creating a dazzling light that filled the sky like a rain of arrows, bursting out in all directions. She was enveloped in a golden ball of light. No one could stop her as she rampaged in the city. Any devil that got close to her would be crushed into pieces, dying without a complete corpse. Meanwhile, Ji Tianxing stood in the sky with a cold expression and looked down at the entire city. He raised his hands slowly and formed a sword seal. He released a sword light that covered the sky. Swish, 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 swish. The dazzling golden sword light was mixed with dense white light. It contained an incomparably sacred power. Wherever the sword light covered, all the demons were killed. All the demon chi and blood light were purified. The sword light was like a torrential downpour. It sealed off the entire city. Tens of thousands of demons had nowhere to run. They could only be killed in despair and then purified into dust. After a short 2 hours, the massacre was over. The 80,000 devils guarding the city were all killed. Not a single one was spared. The defensive formation that enveloped the city, as well as the demon chi and blood light that covered the sky, were all purified and dispersed. The hundreds of thousands of enslaved people cheered excitedly. They were overjoyed that they had survived a calamity. Everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ji Tianxing and his wife in the sky. They thanked them for saving them. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao did not stay. They quickly turned and left. Then, the two of them headed south toward the hinterland of the vast divine nation. Wherever they passed, they would mercilessly kill the devil race army they encountered. The cities occupied by the devil race were also rescued by the two of them. On the evening of the 4th day, when the two of them arrived at the main city of a fortress, they encountered a troublesome matter. The main city was occupied by 200,000 demons, and the commander-in-chief was a newly promoted demon saint. In addition, there were 500,000 humans in the city who had been demonized. They had all become puppets that were neither human nor ghost. They were extremely strong, cruel, and bloodthirsty. They were completely at the mercy of the devil race. When Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao slaughtered their way into the city and massacred the devil army, those demonized human civilians rose up and besieged them. Originally, with Ji Tianxing's strength and means, he could have used a destructive divine art to destroy the entire city. What demon army? What demonized commoners? They would all be annihilated. However, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were both benevolent and virtuous. It was impossible for them to use such cruel means. After all, those 500,000 commoners were innocent. They were powerless to resist or escape. They had been demonized by the devil race and lost their minds. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were surrounded and attacked by the devil race army and commoners. Fortunately, the two of them were strong. The attacks of the commoners and the devil race army could not threaten them at all. In the end, Ji Tianxing used the power of the heaven-mending orb to cast the mysterious sky demon suppression art. 9 dazzling, holy, and majestic divine power shockwaves swept through the entire city. Instantly, the demonized commoners all fainted from the shock and fell to the ground. The devil chi in their bodies was also quickly dispelled. In this way, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were no longer restrained. They could slaughter the devil race army without worry. The battle lasted for half a day. 95% of the devil race army was slaughtered. Only a few thousand people escaped from the city and fled in all directions. The commander of the army was also instantly killed by Ji Tianxing's sword. That newly ascended devil saint was so weak that he was not even worth mentioning. After the battle, Ji Tianxing used the divine light illumination again to heal the hundreds of thousands of commoners. After a night of treatment, those commoners woke up one after another. They were all demonized and regained their sanity. Therefore, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped Ji Tianxing. They were very grateful. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao did not stop. After leaving the main city, they continued to advance southward. 10 days later, the two of them arrived at Taiyuan City. This was the hinterland of the vast divine nation. It was only 400,000 miles away from Mount God Bestowment. At the same time, this was also the front line of the war. It was the place where the battle was most intense. Outside Taiyuan City was an endless mountain range. The mountains were majestic and the terrain was steep. In the wilderness and deep valleys north of the mountain range, there were almost 500,000 devil race soldiers and more than 800,000 demonized commoners. Taiyuan City south of the mountain range had not fallen yet. It was in a state of high alert. Every day, there were thousands of scouts roaming outside the city to monitor and investigate the movements of the devil race. Inside and outside the city walls were lined with human soldiers. They were all fully armed and ready to fight at any time. Squads of soldiers shuttled back and forth inside the city. They were either setting up defenses or patrolling guards. Most commoners had already left Taiyuan City and moved to the south. Only a small number of commoners had not left. They stayed in their homes to avoid trouble. They closed their doors and windows tightly and did not dare to show their faces. The sky above the city was shrouded in an extremely oppressive and heavy atmosphere. Since last night, Taiyuan City had received news that the devil race's army was approaching. Even now, everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They did not dare to relax at all. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao rode on the glass fire dragon and openly arrived above the city. The two of them were like two lanterns in the dark night, bringing a ray of light to the gloomy Taiyuan City. Immediately, a squad of guards flew into the sky and greeted Ji Tianxing and his wife. They also questioned the two of them about their identities and intentions. Ji Tianxing did not hide his identity. He said directly, "Tell the city guard that Ji Tianxing is here. I have something important to ask him." The captain of the guards was stunned. He had a confused expression on his face. The other 9 guards' expressions also changed dramatically. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at each other in dismay. After a long while, someone finally reacted and let out a low exclamation of excitement. "Ji Tianxing? The leader of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, the heavenly imperial guardian of the Luoshui divine nation? Are you really young Master Ji? I remember that you were the #1 God's disciple of the vast divine nation. My heavens! Young Master Ji has graced Taiyuan City with his presence? How is this possible?" "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Young Master Ji is a Kenshin. How can such a noble and important person appear here?" The guards were so excited that their words were incoherent. They were both shocked and honored. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing frowned. He said in a dignified tone, "Who is the city guard? Tell him to come out and see me." The captain of the guards came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed. He said, "Please calm down, young Master Ji. Your sudden arrival in Taiyuan City has made us feel overwhelmed. That's why we lost our composure." Chapter 2433. Emperor Yunqi? Taihao Yunqi? 7th Shensi? Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. He just remembered that Taiyuan City was also part of the Chuyan Empire. After he killed the Chuyan Emperor, he sent a message to martial god Taihao and recommended Taihao Yunqi to take over the Chuyan Empire. He didn't expect that Taihao Yunqi would risk his life to guard Taiyuan City when the demon army attacked the Taihao Divine Kingdom. The captain of the guards observed Ji Tianxing's expression and asked carefully, "Mr. Ji, do you know Emperor Yunqi?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "Don't waste any more time. Go and report to Taihao Yunqi." The captain of the guards didn't dare to waste any more time. He bowed and quickly went into the city to report. A short while later, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up the gloomy Taiyuan city and sped towards Ji Tianxing at full speed. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the white light arrived and stopped in front of the glazed fire dragon. After the white light disappeared, a young man wearing golden armor and a golden crown with jade inlaid on his head appeared. This handsome young man in golden armor was the 7th Xianxia. He looked at Ji Tianxing with excitement and surprise in his eyes. His face was full of disbelief. "Mr. Ji, I didn't expect it to be you." As he spoke, the 7th Xianxia bowed to Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao and said excitedly, "Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Ji." Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao nodded with a smile and raised their hands to signal him to rise. 7th Xianxia, long time no see. You're even more handsome than before. Ji Tianxing joked with a smile. The 7th Xianxia also replied with a smile, "Mr. Ji, you must be joking. If you didn't recommend me to my father, how could I take over the Chuyan Empire? I've always kept this friendship in my heart and will never forget it." Ji Tianxing waved his hand and exchanged a few words with him. The 7th god's son bowed and made a "please" gesture. "Mr. Ji, Mrs. Ji, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me into the city." Ji Tianxing nodded and brought Yun Yao through the great city barrier array, flying towards the city lord's mansion. 100 breaths later, the three of them entered the city lord mansion's reception hall and took their seats. The 7th god's child asked the maids to serve tea and snacks. His expression became serious again as he said, "Young Master Ji, Zhejiu and I were worried about you for a long time when we learned that the Pillar of Heaven's mountains had been destroyed. After that, there was no news of you. We thought that with your heaven-defying methods, nothing would happen to you. Sooner or later, you would make a comeback. Now that you've returned safely, your strength seems to have improved again?" The 7th prince could only see that Ji Tianxing had become even more unfathomable, but he couldn't tell what level he was at. Ji Tianxing didn't expose him. He nodded slightly and said, "That's true. Unfortunately, when I came out of seclusion, the Luoshui Divine Kingdom had already been destroyed. Even the vast Divine Kingdom had been invaded by the demon race. This time, I came from the ruins of God and went all the way south. I saw that half of the vast Divine Kingdom had been occupied by the demon race. Tell me more about the current situation of the Divine Kingdom." The 7th god's son was stunned. He asked in disbelief, "Young Master Ji, did you come to the vast Divine Kingdom to help us defend against the demon race's invasion?" Ji Tianxing smiled and asked, "Why? Am I not welcome?" The 7th god's son waved his hand and exclaimed with joy, "How can I not welcome you? This is great. I didn't even dare to dream about it. Young Master Ji, you're the human powerhouse who knows the demon race the best. You've defeated the demon race's army and defended the Luoshui Divine Kingdom. Rumor has it that you're the demon race's biggest nemesis. Now that you're willing to help the vast Divine Kingdom defend against the demon race, it's a great merit and a blessing for all the people of the Divine Kingdom." As he spoke, the 7th god's son stood up and bowed to Ji Tianxing. He said solemnly, "Young Master Ji, on behalf of all the people of the Divine Kingdom, I thank you for saving my life. The vast Divine Kingdom will never forget your kindness." Ji Tianxing raised his hand and used his invisible divine power to help him up. He said calmly, "You don't have to be so polite, 7th god's son. I have a blood feud with the demon race, and the demon race is the mortal enemy of the human race. Moreover, your father and I have some history. I won't sit back and do nothing no matter what." Hearing this, the 7th god's son's body shook. His eyes shone with a strange light. He looked at Ji Tianxing in a daze and exclaimed in his heart, "So it's true. It was only a rumor that young Master Ji was the reincarnation of Kenshin. Now that he has admitted it himself, it seems that it's true." Thinking of this, he bowed to Ji Tianxing again and said respectfully, "Senior Kenshin, I've offended you before. My father has mentioned to us many times that you gave him advice in the past, and he has always been grateful. On behalf of my father, I'd like to thank you for your guidance." The seventh god's son regarded himself as a junior in front of Kenshin, so he was even more respectful. Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and waved his hand. "Seventh god's son, you don't have to be so polite. I'm still Ji Tianxing. You can still call me young Master Ji." This. Taihao Yunqi was a little hesitant. Yun Yao said gently, "Seventh god's son, the divine kingdom is in danger now. Let's not be so formal. Let's talk about business first." The seventh god's son nodded quickly and said with a smile, "Madam is right. Then I'll do as you say." Then he reported to Ji Tianxing, "Young Master Ji, the divine kingdom is in a critical situation now. 3.5 of the 8 empires have fallen. The Thousand Snow Empire, the Flowing Wind Empire, and the White Knight Empire have been occupied by the demon army. More than half of the Chuyan Empire has also been occupied. There are only 100 or so cities left. In this war, the demon army has gathered 8 million elite soldiers and divided them into 10 armies to attack from the north all the way to the south. According to the information we have, the commander of the 8 million soldiers is the ancestor demon god. There are also 5 demon saints, 2,000 demon generals, and thousands of blood gods under the demon god." After hearing this, Ji Tianxing had a general understanding of the demon army's strength and attack route. He nodded and said, "Yes, this information should be correct. Now that the demon army only has this strength, it can be said that they have turned out in full force. However, there should only be 4 demon saints left." The seventh god's son was startled and showed a puzzled expression. Yun Yao explained to him, "When we went south, we saved more than 30 cities and killed a demon saint, hundreds of demon generals, and dozens of blood gods. In addition, there are more than 1 million demon army." The seventh god's son suddenly understood. He said with surprise, "I see. No wonder a few days ago, a scout reported that there were powerhouses assassinating the demon army in the Thousand Snow Empire. So it was young Master Ji and Madam Ji who did it." Ji Tianxing nodded and continued to ask, "Seventh god's son, tell me about the situation of your defense." Chapter 2434. Speaking of martial god Taihao, the seventh god's son's eyes brightened. His mood was also lifted, and he said expectantly, "Soon. Father already knows about the invasion of the demon race, and he will come out soon. This time, Father has been in seclusion for more than 600 years, and he will definitely succeed." Ji Tianxing only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. In fact, he knew that even if martial god Taihao really succeeded, he would at most have the same strength as martial god Tianju. He still couldn't defeat the ancestor demon god, let alone General Fu Long. One was the reincarnation of an ancient demon god, and the other was the leader of an alien race. They were both extremely powerful. The seventh god's son continued, "Now, the situation in the god nation is turbulent, and the people are fleeing to the south to seek refuge, just like the Luoshui god nation. We have mobilized all the forces we can, including the disciples, deacons, elders, and protectors of Mount God. They have all led the troops to join the battle. My 90 brothers and sisters have also rushed to the front line to guard the major fortresses." The corners of Ji Tianxing's mouth curled into a smile as he said, "Your godfather can be considered to have foresight on this matter. He has 99 children and 99 generals in the war." The seventh god's son smiled awkwardly and shook his head. "Young Master Ji, you must be joking. Although father has 99 children, there are only 20 of them who are good enough. There are only a few of them who have the ability to lead a country. To be honest, most of my brothers and sisters are not as talented as Jiujiu." When Jiujiu was mentioned, Ji Tianxing asked, "By the way, where is Jiujiu? Is she also leading the troops to fight alone?" The seventh god's son sighed and said helplessly, "Everyone loves her, and they are afraid that she will have an accident on the battlefield, so they let her stay in the rear and be in charge of the mobilization of troops and food. But she didn't agree and insisted on rushing to the front line. She wanted to be the deputy commander of the Scout Corps, and she wanted to gather information personally. Everyone couldn't persuade her, so they could only agree with her decision. But Big Brother and I were worried, so we asked Fourth Brother to go with her so that we can take care of her. Ji Tianxing thought for a moment, then said with a solemn voice, "With Jiu's overall strength, as long as she doesn't encounter any fiend saint or fiend deities, she should be safe. But since she was leading the troops, it was likely that she would go to the most dangerous place, which was worrying. She is your father god's most beloved daughter. If the demons take advantage of this and use her as a hostage, I'm afraid it will be difficult." The seventh god's son also nodded in agreement. Yes. We all understood this and tried to persuade her many times, but she just wouldn't listen. Young Master Jiu trusts you the most and listens to you the most. Since you're here, why don't you send her a message and ask her to come back? Ji Tianxing nodded without hesitation. The seventh prince hurriedly took out a special communication jade slip and handed it to him. Ji Tianxing took the jade slip and used his spiritual consciousness to leave behind a message before sending the jade slip out. Swish! The jade slip turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. The seventh prince was obviously relieved when he saw that the jade slip had been sent out. In his opinion, as long as Ji Tianxing asked, Jiu would definitely come back. At this moment, Ji Tianxing said in a solemn voice, "Seventh prince, do you have a battle plan to fight against the demons? Given the current situation of the god nation, what are you going to do next?" The seventh prince nodded and said, "Of course we have a battle plan. It covers all kinds of emergency plans and will be adjusted as the situation changes. But since you're here, we want to listen to your suggestions even more. Father God hasn't come out of seclusion yet, so I hope you can be the commander-in-chief and command the whole war. After all, you know the demons better than we do, and you've defeated millions of demons before." After saying that, the seventh god's son looked at Ji Tianxing with sparkling eyes. His eyes were full of hope and expectation. In his mind, Ji Tianxing was the nemesis of the demons and the savior of the vast god nation. However, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "I've already thought about it before I came. I won't be the commander-in-chief, and I won't interfere in military affairs. Maybe you don't know that I was able to defeat the demons and defend the territory of the Luoshui god nation not because of my commanding and war talent. It's because I've been carrying out the decapitation plan." The decapitation plan? The seventh prince frowned and roughly understood what he meant. Ji Tianxing nodded and said with a solemn expression, "Only by assassinating the commanders and powerhouses of the demons can we destroy the fighting power of the demons in the shortest time possible. For example, if I kill the ancestor demon god, the fighting spirit of the demons will collapse, and will have won half the battle. If I kill 4 demon saints and 2,000 demon generals, the demons will be leaderless and collapse on their own." The seventh prince was overwhelmed with emotions and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's right. However, carrying out the decapitation plan means that you have to sneak into the demons' camp and put yourself in the most dangerous situation. Young Master Ji, Yunqi and Jiu don't want you to be in danger." Ji Tianxing smiled and said in a playful tone, "You probably don't know that my main purpose of coming to the vast divine kingdom is to kill the ancestor demon god and take revenge." The seventh prince was shocked and said in a low voice in disbelief, "Young Master Ji, have you broken through to the immortal state?" Ji Tianxing nodded slightly. The seventh prince's body trembled and he was overjoyed. He cheered excitedly. "This is unbelievable. This was simply an unheard-of story. Young Master Ji, you are definitely the #1 genius since the beginning of time, and there will be no one like you in the future. When you left the vast divine kingdom, you were only at the primordial spirit state. Now, only 8 years have passed, and you're already a peerless martial god. This is like a dream." This news had a huge impact on the seventh god's child. He was so shocked that he lost his composure. After a while, he calmed down. After thinking for a while, he frowned and said awkwardly, "Young Master Ji, since you've broken through to the immortal state, it shouldn't be difficult for you to kill the ancestor demon god. However, since the start of the war, the ancestor demon god has only appeared once. His whereabouts have always been mysterious, and we don't know where he's hiding." Ji Tianxing smiled coldly and said calmly, "I don't need to find him. As long as I kill the 4 demon saints and many demon generals, he will come to me." That's true." The 7th prince nodded and said in a complicated tone, "After all, the ancestor demon god hates you to the core and will definitely find a way to deal with you." Ji Tianxing didn't say anything else and walked out. "Okay, it's settled. You guys continue with the battle plan, and I'll carry out the decapitation plan." Chapter 2435. To the weak, war was extremely terrifying. To defend against the invasion of the demon race and protect one's home and country, one needed all kinds of strategies. But to Ji Tianxing, who possessed peerless martial strength and heaven-defying divine abilities, it was very simple to resolve a war. He only needed to kill the leaders and generals of the demon race, and the morale of the demon race army would naturally crumble. After leaving the city lord's residence, he and Yun Yao flew out of Taiyuan City and entered the mountain range in the north. There was a valley in the mountain range where 100,000 demon race soldiers and 500,000 demonized civilians were stationed. This army was the vanguard of the attack on Taiyuan City. They were the so-called cannon fodder. The demon race wanted to use the lives of these hundreds of thousands of demonized civilians to blast open the gates of Taiyuan City. When Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao arrived, the 100,000 demon race soldiers and 500,000 demonized civilians were gathering and preparing to attack. The two of them immediately snuck into the demon race camp and unleashed earth-shattering divine abilities to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately for them, the demon race soldiers and demonized civilians were gathered separately. The two of them unleashed their divine abilities and secret techniques to their heart's content, slaughtering the demon race army without restraint. In just a short span of 100 breaths, the 100,000 devil army had been completely routed. The dozens of demon race generals were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They led a few blood gods' illusions and charged over without any regard for their own safety. They surrounded and attacked Ji Tianxing and his wife. The 500,000 demonized civilians also attacked the two of them under the command of the demon race. And so, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao turned to assassinate the demon race generals and the blood gods' illusions. The sword of burial of heaven flew into the sky and transformed into a streak of black light of death, weaving through the crowd. Every time the cold light flashed, it would take the life of a demon race general. Yun Yao wielded the shadowless dual swords and flashed through the crowd, constantly killing one demon race expert after another. Ji Tianxing weaved through the tide of people with his bare hands and quickly reaped the lives of the demon race generals. He would either strike with his palm, punch with his fist, or point with his finger. He constantly unleashed all kinds of divine abilities. Every move he made was a fatal killing move. Not a single devil general could withstand a single blow from him. Even the blood god, who was almost immortal, was easily defeated by his divine power. On the other hand, the attacks of the 500,000 demonized civilians were like tickles to him. They posed no threat at all. 15 minutes later, over 100 demon generals and blood gods were killed by Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. The demon army was left without a leader. The remaining 10,000 or so demon army soldiers scattered in all directions. The 500,000 demonized civilians also retreated, covering the escape of the devil army. Upon seeing this, Ji Tianxing decisively executed the mysterious heaven devil suppression secret technique. He released 9 earth-shattering shockwaves that enveloped the entire valley. All of a sudden, the blood chi and demonic mist within a radius of 300 miles were dispelled by the holy white light. The 400,000 demonized commoners were also knocked unconscious, and most of the demonic chi in their bodies dissipated. The situation was set. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao chased after the fleeing devil army. After chasing for over 1,000 miles and spending 15 minutes, they finally killed all of the remaining 10,000 or so demon army soldiers. After taking care of the remaining soldiers, Ji Tianxing returned to the valley and used a secret technique to purify the demonized civilians. With his previous experience, he was able to purify the demonic qi with twice the result with half the effort. He was extremely fast. In just 2 hours he had purified the demonic qi in the civilians' bodies. After the civilians and martial artists woke up and understood what had happened, they thanked Ji Tianxing profusely and shed tears of gratitude. Ji Tianxing didn't waste any time. He left the valley with Yun Yao and rushed to the barren plains in the north of the mountain range. There were 400,000 demon army soldiers and 300,000 demonized civilians stationed in the barren plains. This army was the main force advancing south. They were all elites. After the army in the valley breached Taiyuan City, this main force would advance south. However, they didn't receive news that Taiyuan City had been breached. Instead, they received bad news that their allies had been attacked and suffered heavy casualties. When Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao arrived in the sky above the barren plains, this main force was preparing to retreat. The main general and the other generals knew that 2 peerless elites had slaughtered 100,000 demon army soldiers in the valley. They had also killed many generals. They were deeply terrified. They only wanted to lead the army away from Taiyuan City and temporarily avoid danger. However, the ordinary soldiers didn't know what had happened, and they didn't know what was going on. Ever since they invaded the vast divine nation, everything had been smooth sailing. They were invincible and unstoppable. But now, the main general suddenly ordered a retreat. Many soldiers were caught off guard and panicked. As a result, the army's retreat was a little chaotic and slow. After Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao arrived, they attacked without hesitation. They unleashed earth-shattering divine powers and secret techniques on the demon army. The glazed fire dragon also joined the battle. It unleashed glazed golden flames that covered the sky and scorched the barren plains for hundreds of miles. Lava flowed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demon army soldiers were slaughtered. Their formation became chaotic. Many commanders of the demon clan cursed angrily. They didn't care about their own lives, storming over and besieging Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Dozens of blood gods' illusions also hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch fatal attacks. The 2 of them were fearless. They withstood the attacks of the demon army and killed the generals and blood gods' illusions. One tribulation realm demon general after another died under their swords. They were either beheaded or smashed into pieces. This battle was far more dangerous and intense than the one in the valley. After a full 2 hours, the battle finally ended. More than 200 demon generals, including the main general, were killed by Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. More than half of the 400,000 demon army soldiers were also killed by the 2 of them. More than 380,000 of them were killed or injured. The remaining 20,000 demon army soldiers fled and were chased by Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. More than 80% of them were killed. Of course, 60 or 70,000 of the 300,000 demonized people were also killed or injured. Ji Tianxing performed the Xian Tian demon suppression art and purified the surviving people with the power of the Tian mending orb. It was already 6 hours later when he finished dealing with these things and returned to Taiyuan City. It was late at night. The entire Taiyuan City was dead silent. Under the night sky, only a few buildings were still lit. There were no signs of people on the streets. Only patrolling guards were walking back and forth. The entire city was still shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao returned to the city lord's mansion and planned to rest for the night. However, when Ji Tianxing saw the 7th prince, he found that the 7th prince was pacing back and forth in his study. He looked quite anxious. Ji Tianxing realized that something was wrong. He asked, "7th prince, what happened?" "You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.